Hey, great grandma. Josh, I need you to tell me if the this mic works or not, if this is good or not. We have a surprise guest. Oh wait, I want to go on TikTok live too, guys. I just need to know if this mic is working. Hey, Chief Troy. Good. How you doing? I'm back at the helm for the day.
Oh, he was the interim for a while.
Yeah, and I guess he's taking over because the Chief's.
So now he's an assistant.
No, he's the he's the assistant chief because he was he was interim and then he's like now second. So he's second, and it's still high. I don't know if you want. You could ask him if you could talk to him after. Like if there's no, why not? Go for it. You only live once.
What time is this?
9:30.
What time is it?
Well, I always leave after public comment, so because I need to run to the other meeting, so it's usually get out of here by 10:15. And then you can ask them to set you up with somebody to talk to after, if you could talk to them.
Well,
No, I as soon as public comment's over, I'm out of here.
but when I asked
Me? Yeah, you could go up and say you want to make sure, like in writing, that this is, you know what I mean, like
but if I leave early, how do I?
oh no, they would send it. You ask them to send an officer right away, so you go talk to them right away, and then you leave after it. Okay, hey guys.
Hey, Tommy, do you have a business card on you? Thanks.
This is police commission, guys.
Thank you. First.
Thank you, sir. I gotta get privacy. Hey guys, TikTok, everybody. Can you guys hear me? Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Okay, guys. I hope you can hear me. We're at the police commission meeting. My chat keeps disappearing. Hey guys, is this microphone good or is it better without? Hey, TikTok. We got TikTok in the house too. This is the police commission. Assistant Chief Choi is in the house today. We think that the chief is in Washington. Things work out the way they're meant to. That was perfect. We have a surprise.
Hey guys, good to see you. It's been a while.
Yes, he looks good. He look good.
Here we are.
There we are. Talking to the popo. So hi guys. So I know TikTok doesn't normally get to come live, but this time you guys are with us. Everyone's saying hello, good morning. I have to tell them that the door thing still's not opening. I can't get in because it's too heavy of a door. Good morning, Autumn, Amy, Peter, thank you for my squirrely. Hey, Jen. Yeah, Michael's here. ADT, Kirby's mom. Hello. Oh, good. You're going to Zoom. No, keep bombarding me with the Twitter. I love it, Amy. I love it. You're doing good stuff over there. Thank you, guys. I'm trying to figure out how to do 2 of these. Hope you guys can hear on TikTok. So this is the police commission meeting. There's the new OIG, huh? I got the hiccups, guys, so forgive me. Am I still on?
He was really silent on this issue. Kind of concerning myself.
I have to bring up the door. What would you call that? The door thingy? Like
The automatic.
the automatic door opener? There's a reason. See, they're required to have it when the door weighs a certain points per pressure or whatever, and that door is so heavy.
Would be more ALPR data.
Hey, Irish Smart. Guys, we're at LAPD. We've got TikTok in the house.
Relate.
Actually, I got one more minute. All right. They ready, Sarah? Good. Hey, Concha. You calling in, Concha? Hey, Chara. Who's all doing it? Who's calling in? This is hard one to get in. Hey, Haggis. Love y'all. We love you back. You guys on TikTok here? Okay, good. And we're a period breeze. We're being revisited with a familiar face for a long time. Oh, Chair, that was so funny. That was hilarious. I'm going to keep pushing that everywhere. They're not in good standing.
Good morning, Commissioners, Chief Joy, Mr. Sibley, Madam Secretary, Inspector General Nelson Barragan, City Attorney Carlos de la Guerra, and members of the public. Today is Tuesday, May 20th, 2025. It's 9:30 a.m. It's the regular meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning. Please let the record reflect Commissioners Suthers, Shields, and Kalan Chair present. I have a quorum.
Thank you. We welcome everyone attending this morning. This commission is committed to ensuring equal access to its meetings. Requested that individuals who require the services of a translator contact the board secretary no later than the day preceding the meeting. Whenever possible, a translator will be provided. Sign language interpreters, assisted with devices, or other auxiliary aids and/or services may be provided upon request. To ensure availability, you advise to make your request at least 72 hours prior to the meeting you wish to attend. All public comment will be heard during item number 2 on the agenda. We'll dedicate a total of 45 minutes to public comment. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item or maximum of 2 minutes total. At the request of the speaker will be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public, if you choose to participate in the public comment portion of the agenda, you can participate in this meeting in a number of ways outlined on the agenda. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or matter within the jurisdiction of the board of police commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board, so you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you disagree with other opinions expressed. However, directing your comments to other individuals who have spoken or attacking others who have expressed their opinions shall be deemed off topic, and your public comment period will be continued. Message for those attending the meeting in person. These meetings are a regular meeting between the board and the department and key stakeholders. Meetings of the board is that I want to hear. Public, states Ralph A. Brown Act affords the public the opportunity to be present at the meetings, hear the presentations and dialogue in real time, and provide feedback via the public comment period. During these meetings, there's a need for the board to carry out the public business expeditiously without delays or disruptions. Members of the audience shall not engage in any conduct which causes an actual disruption of the meeting. Those attending in person are reminded that disruptive behavior will be cause for removal. If you disrupt this meeting, you'll be provided with only 1 warning to cease disruptive behavior. If you fail to cease such behavior, you will be removed from the meeting. All attendees must be seated. Failure to follow this rule will result in a warning and/or removal from the meeting. With that, we will now move to item number 1, the report of the Chief of Police. Chief Joy.
Thank you. Good morning, President Suthers, Vice President Shields, Commissioner Shady, City Attorney Gallagher. Today, I'll be discussing significant events from the previous 2 weeks, providing a crime update, discussing our personnel strength. So I'll begin by discussing an officer involved shooting in West Valley area. On May 12th at approximately 21:30 hours, West Valley Patrol Division uniform officers responded to a call of an assault with a deadly weapon. The comments of the call indicated that the suspect was armed with a knife and a frying pan in the apartment complex. It was located at 600 block of Receiver Boulevard. When officers arrived, they observed the suspect, later identified as Rafa Arfan, in an agitated state, yelling from the window of his first floor apartment. Arfan then tried using a frying pan to break the glass of his apartment window. The officers requested a backup. Additional units arrived at the scene. Officers formulated a tactical plan and entered the courtyard of the apartment complex. As they entered the courtyard, the suspect ran towards the officers while armed with a knife, resulting in a taser deployment as well as an officer-involved shooting. Arfan was struck by gunfire and fell onto the pavement, where he was taken into custody without further incident. He was transported to a local hospital where he was treated for his gunshot wound. Arfan was absentee booked for ADW on a peace officer. No officers or community members were injured during this incident. A black handled 5-inch kitchen knife was recovered from the scene and booked as evidence. Force Investigation Division investigators responded to the scene and are investigating this incident. We also had another officer involved shooting in Foothill Division. On May 16th at approximately 12:55 hours, Foothill Division uniform officers responded to a radio call for assault with a deadly weapon suspect at the 7800 block of Beck Avenue. It's a multi-unit property. The comments of the call indicated the suspect, later identified as Jose Ramos, stabbed his wife multiple times. Upon officers' arrival, they walked to the rear of the location where they were directed by a witness to the adjacent pathway between the units. There, officers encountered Ramos advancing towards them with a knife raised in his right hand, resulting in officer-involved shooting and the deployment of a 40mm less lethal launcher. Ramos was struck by gunfire and fell to the ground. He was then taken into custody without further incident. After the officer-involved shooting, officers continued down the pathway and observed the victim on the ground suffering from multiple stab wounds. The officers rendered aid to both the victim and Ramos until the Los Angeles Fire Department arrived. The victim and Ramos were transported by a rescue ambulance to a local hospital where they both succumbed to their injuries. The knife was recovered next to Ramos and it was booked as evidence. No officers or other community members were injured as a result of the incident. Operations Valley Bureau homicide investigators responded to the scene and are conducting an investigation into the stabbing death of the victim, and Force Investigation Division investigators responded to the scene and are investigating the officer-involved shooting. So year to date now, we've had 15 officer-involved shootings compared to 13 at the same time last year, which is an increase of 15.4%. We also had a pursuit resulting in serious injury, traffic collision and then serious injury. So on May 12th at approximately 8:30 p.m., officers assigned to the Southwest Division Gang Enforcement Detail were in the area of Santa Rosalita Drive and Hillcrest Drive, and they observed a community member enter a vehicle. The individual appeared to be under the influence, so officers attempted to conduct a traffic stop, but the driver accelerated away, initiating a vehicle pursuit. The pursuit traveled southbound on Crenshaw Boulevard, passing Vernon Avenue. As the officers approached the intersection of Bryanhurst, they were involved in a traffic collision with an uninvolved vehicle occupied by 3 community members. The impact caused the uninvolved vehicle to travel southwest, where it collided with a concrete barrier, plastic water barriers, and a chain link fence. A police vehicle also struck the same barriers before coming to rest against the curb. The officers were able to exit their vehicle before it caught fire. The initial vehicle being pursued fled the scene. The driver is known to the officers, and investigators are conducting follow-up efforts to locate and apprehend the individual. All parties in the collision were transported to Cedars-Sinai Medical Center for treatment. The front passenger of the uninvolved vehicle sustained serious injuries. All others reported injuries that were considered minor, involved complaints of pain at the time of the investigation. Due to the nature of the injuries sustained, members of our department's multidisciplinary collision investigation team, known as MSID, responded to the scene and are leading the investigation. On May 8th, members of our Metropolitan Division B platoon worked closely with Devonshire area detectives on a pair of burglaries that occurred on May 5th, both involving the same white Volkswagen Atlas and a similar method of operation. Through department resources, they identified the registered owner of the vehicle, who was a resident of Southwest Division with a prior burglary history. Investigative techniques were utilized to conduct surveillance of this individual. On May 8th, the individual was seen in Culver City and later in the Topanga area. Around the same time, a radio call came out reporting suspects in a white Volkswagen SUV wearing black ski masks. Shortly after, a burglary occurred on Clarendon Street, where suspects were seen on surveillance video ransacking the home and stealing a safe containing an air tag. The air tag led officers to the residence on Spalding Avenue in Wilshire Division. Surveillance units were redirected to that location and observed suspects unloading property from the Volkswagen Atlas into a home. As officers moved in to contain the scene, multiple suspects fled in different directions, both on foot and in vehicles, prompting 3 separate tactical responses. One suspect was caught tossing a backpack, which was recovered and found to contain a firearm. The Volkswagen Atlas was followed and stopped by responding units. The primary suspect was the sole occupant of the Volkswagen and was taken into custody without incident. The vehicle contained clothing matching that seen on the burglary surveillance footage. Meanwhile, a black Mercedes fled from the Spalding location and was stopped by Southwest patrol officers. 3 suspects inside the vehicle fled on foot. 2 were apprehended immediately while a perimeter was established for the 3rd suspect. A canine unit responded and successfully located the outstanding suspect. All 5 suspects observed at the Spalding location were taken into custody and transferred to the Wilshire area. Search warrants were served at both the Spalding address and the property suspects' residence. A total of 3 firearms were recovered, 2 of which were tied to prior burglaries in the Devonshire area. This operation highlights excellent cross-divisional coordination and effective deployment of investigative tools and field assets. We also had an arrest of a South American theft group. So on Tuesday, May 13th, 2 female Colombian nationals were arrested by Washington for conspiracy to commit residential burglary. Their arrests followed a series of at least 3 residential burglaries that occurred on the same day and were linked through surveillance footage and vehicle descriptions. At approximately 8 p.m., one of the females was captured on surveillance video approaching their residence in a white Audi. She rang the doorbell. She knocked several times before leaving. Moments later, a gray Ford Fiesta was seen parking in front of the residence. The homeowner arrived shortly afterwards and observed unknown suspects inside the home using flashlights. The suspects fled to the rear of the property. Around 9:30 p.m., a second call reported suspects fleeing from another residence. Air Sport located a white Audi seen earlier, and Topanga patrol officers conducted a high-risk stop, detaining the 2 females. Inside the vehicle, officers recovered stolen jewelry, electronics, suspected controlled substance, possibly cocaine, 2 cell phones, stolen license plates, and U.S. currency, all booked as evidence. The investigation revealed that both suspects had been in the U.S. for approximately 1 year. One of the women had a prior arrest for larceny in Connecticut, while the other had no known criminal history. During interviews, one suspect admitted to targeting homes with no cars in the driveway. She was knocked on the front door and confirmed no one was at home before coordinating with unidentified male officers who would then break in through the rear. She did not disclose any further information or details about the suspects. The case was presented to the Van Nuys Branch District Attorney's Office. Prosecutors filed 3 counts of residential burglary against each suspect, as well as 1 count of theft related to the stolen license plate. Bail was set at $225,000 with a $1,275 hold, indicating that the court believed the bail funds may have originated from criminal activity.
This is the place.
A 4th burglary that occurred that same evening is also believed to be the work of the same South American theft group, though no direct connection to the 2 arrested suspects has yet been established. Investigators responsible for all 4 cases have been transferred to our Commercial Crimes Division Major Theft Task Force. One more burglary arrest on May 14th at approximately 1:50 p.m. Members of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department Major Crimes Bureau Burglary Robbery Task Force were conducting surveillance on a known burglary crew. During the operation, investigators observed 5 suspects enter a residence in the 1600 block of Crescent Heights Boulevard in the city of Los Angeles. A short time later, the suspects exited the home carrying stolen property and entered a silver BMW sedan. The vehicle was later confirmed to be a rental car with stolen license plates. With the assistance of Hollywood Division patrol officers, the vehicle was stopped and all 5 suspects were taken into custody without incident. The suspects included 4 adults and 1 juvenile. 1 adult had a prior criminal history involving burglary and firearm offenses. The juvenile suspect was on probation and previously been implicated in a 2024 burglary case in Hollywood Division. The search of the suspect's vehicle revealed a range of tools and equipment commonly used in organized burglaries, including burglary tools, gloves and a baklava-style face mask, walkie-talkies, a radio scanner tuned to the Hollywood Division's frequency, and a Wi-Fi signal jammer. All the stolen property from the Crescentized burglary was recovered and seen and returned to the victim. The case is currently being prepared for submission to the District Attorney's Office for final consideration. Moving on to crime. For the most recent 4-week period from April 20th to May 17th, combined persons and property crime are down 12% compared to the previous 4-week period. Specifically, we saw a 4.8% decrease in person crimes and a 14.1% decrease in property crimes, resulting in over 1,000 fewer reported offenses citywide. Homicides continue to trend downward. Year to date, the city has experienced a 28.6% decrease in homicides compared to the same period in 2024. That's 32 fewer lives lost. When looking at shooting victims, we're also seeing significant progress. Victims shot are down 13.3% year to date, or 53 fewer people shot compared to 2024. Aggravated assaults remain relatively stable over the last 4 weeks. There's been a slight increase citywide, or just 0.2%, or 2 additional incidents. We have seen an increase in domestic violence-related assaults, which is driving the number of these incidents. However, there's no significant trend or pattern that is identified. Robberies are down 12.4% over the past 4 weeks, with 73 fewer incidents compared to the prior 4-week period. In terms of robbery types, strong arm robberies account for nearly 46% of all robberies, while firearm-involved robberies were down 20.4%, or 28 fewer cases, making up about 21% of the total robberies. Burglaries have also declined across all bureaus, down 13.1%, or 118 fewer cases over the last 4 weeks. Residential burglaries are down 8.3%, with 523 incidents during the most recent 4-week period. Motor vehicle thefts are also down 6.4% citywide in the last 4 weeks, a reduction of 98 incidents. The most common stolen vehicles remain consistently the Toyota Tacoma, Chevy Silverado, Hyundai Elantra, Honda Sierra, Honda Accords, and Civics. A couple of last points comments I'd like to make. Last week was the National Police Week in Washington, D.C., where Chief McDonald, our honorable platoon, and our surviving families participated in the ceremony honoring our fallen officers. Additionally, command staff and rank and file participated in the police union tour, where we ride from New Jersey to Washington, D.C. to raise money for the National Police Officers Memorial Wall to honor our fallen officers. I'm thankful for all those that participated in honoring these officers and that gave their ultimate sacrifice. And lastly, our personnel strength as of May 19th, sworn is at 8720, civilian personnel is at 2658, our reserve officers remain at 362. That concludes my comments.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you for the update. Also, thank you to all the personnel who were able to participate last week in National Police Week, and you personally participating in the Police Unity Tour ride. Appreciate that. I don't have any other comments or questions on the Chief's report. Vice President Shields.
Thank you. Just a question about the pursuit that led to serious injury. I understand that the investigation is underway, but has the department taken any steps to kind of examine in real time to determine whether there should be any changes to protocols, like the speed at which the car was traveling, what, how it went through the intersection, whether an airship was used, all of these types of factors? Are you assessing that to see how this collision could have potentially been avoided in the future?
Yes, so in all pursuits, especially those that involve traffic collisions, there's a pursuit investigation where a supervisor collects information and does an investigation, and all those things you mentioned. Was an airship requested? Did they go into tracking? Were they able to? Were the speed appropriate? Did they use all that stuff is assessed, especially in an MC investigation where there's serious injury. So now you have traffic experts out there assessing all of these things. That information is briefed to the chief of police, and it's much like a critical incident brief or previously known as 72-hour brief. That decisions will be made whether the officers should continue being able to drive, should they be restricted until they go through training. Those decisions will happen once that incident brief is done.
And I'm thinking more of like lessons learned for the department, so that officers know in the future, hey, this is dangerous, or avoid doing X, right? Like just trying to see what lessons learned, or we should try to make sure that certain conduct is, pursuits are stopped earlier, or, any other types of factors that we're trying to take into
They don't have to
consideration.
choose.
So that the last thing we want to
They don't
see
have to choose for
are,
everything.
community members who are completely uninvolved, be victims of these types of pursuits.
Absolutely. We're out there trying to save lives and help people. Last thing we want to do is injure people. So those issues or those concerns are evaluated, and if there's anything that we see, and these officers are office operations, if I see something or the chief sees something, we can absolutely look at policy if it needs to be changed. At this point, we haven't determined if speed or if there was any other factors that contribute to this. Once we do, we can make that assessment.
Thank you, Chief. And thank you for the updates on the significant arrests that were made in your participation in National Police Week. I also want to send my condolences to the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, who lost a very young deputy yesterday in an off-duty traffic accident. I think these are and again, with the officer-involved shootings that occurred, those will be assessed and evaluated at a later date, subject to the officers attempted to render aid to the victim, and that can also be a very traumatic incident. Have the officers been, given any resources to deal with that type of stress?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, that's what's contacted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's
Mr. Colombo.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Joy. Just an additional question. I have very similar questions about the traffic collision, the pursuit. Maybe I missed this, but did you mention, or maybe you can provide this information, how many patrol, and I know this is GD, but how many patrol cars are actually in your pursuit?
I don't have that information right now. Once incident briefs us, we'll have all those details.
Okay, that was it.
You got this.
Thank you. We'll now move on to item number 2 on the agenda, public comment. Madam Secretary, please call the first speaker.
The first speaker is Michael.
Yes. Yes.
Hi guys, I'm Michael Havoc. I'm here. I'm here in 1965. I was at the police academy watching my dad graduate and become an LAPD officer. I've been a part of this community ever since. On June 1st last year, I was violently attacked and falsely arrested by a sergeant of LAPD. I'm a peaceful protester. I'm an advocate for children, an advocate for pets. I was going to Scientology to say goodbye to the other advocates that were out there protesting against Scientology, about the kids that are inside Scientology. I was here probably 6 weeks ago reading a letter. My husband was reading a letter about a pedophile that they found a letter on an executive's computer in Scientology. I need help. June 1st is coming around, it's going to be a year. I've reported this. I filled out paperwork. I haven't heard a word from anybody about this. I was arrested. I was injured. While I was there, I walked up to a sergeant that I thought I had spoken to before. And I was walking right next to him. I just simply said to him, remember, there are kids in there that we're just trying to get out. We're here to support the kids. The sergeant paused for a second, thought about what I said, turned around and attacked me and shoved me to my left, which was on the side that I just had a hip replacement. I heard it pop. I ended up in Kaiser. As I was at Kaiser, the arresting officer was sitting there joking with their security and said, "Oh, you know why he's being arrested? Because he slugged our sergeant in the face." From there, my care at the hospital completely changed. When I went down and got arrested, processed down here, the officer said the exact same thing to every officer there as I was being booked. And my treatment there as well had changed. I was in jail for 3 days. My attorney called me to bail. They had told my attorney that I already saw a judge and bail was denied. I need your help. Matthew, Dominic, Rasha. I can't see your name, sorry.
You can speak with that detective right there, get your information, we'll get back to you.
And from the Inspector General's office also.
That's important to say that you didn't actually slug.
The next speaker, AuditLA.
Yes, thank you. He's a fellow protester, and it's very important to know he never slugged anybody, and he really does need the help. It was unfair and uncalled for. But I also, a little bit of housekeeping. I've been for a month now telling you guys that the button outside the door does not work. The disabled button, so it makes it almost impossible for me, because they put those buttons there when doors are at a certain, I can't just put it, I can't get in on my own without it, and it's been a month. But I want to talk about also Scientology. There's 2 legal cases against them right now. One of them's in LA. It's for a child bride case. She was coerced to marry her person who was sexually assaulting her, according to, this is her allegations. And instead of reporting it as a victim, she was 16, he was 26. And they basically forced them to get married to cover things up. So there needs to be laws changed as far as children, youth being able to get married, first of all. But second of all, with this case pending here in LA, there's also another human trafficking RICO one in Florida right now. I do not believe that Scientology should be on your CPABs until these cases are cleared. To me, they're not in good standing if there is a child bride victim case and it's before a court here in Los Angeles. Okay, that is serious charges that she was forced to marry her abuser, and that she is then, and then you have like Janet Wieland and these people on your CPABs. I've been coming here for a long time saying they don't belong in your CPABs. But it looks bad. It's in bad form, because if they are found guilty of this, which in my opinion they likely will be, because it's systemic, the abuse. How bad does it look that they're advising LAPD, like the people who are forcing children to marry their abusers, allegedly, okay, that they're giving you advice, on what to do in this community. It's ridiculous. It has to stop, and I'm going to keep coming and saying I'm going to go to the CPABs, and then like Hollywood Division is even kind of have like private CPAB meetings now. They don't want the public there. Even I don't disrupt. You know me for how long have I been coming here? Well, one time because okay, but that was a protest, okay. But other than that, I'm respectful. I am, I'm just coming here. I am supporting the children and the seniors and the elders, and I don't want anyone being forced to marry their abuser because they refuse. And look at the Danny Masterson case. Those victims were not allowed to seek help. They're not allowed to go for help. It's illegal. They cannot do it. So when you finally have a case that comes to court, and I can understand, well, if there are so many victims, why aren't they all coming to court? They're not allowed. And there's a lot of pressure for them not to. And there's a lot of fair gaming that goes on when they do. They're going through a horrible thing. So I'm asking you to look at this case. It's Jane Doe versus Gavin Potter. It's here in Los Angeles. It's serious. And please get them off your CPAB in the meantime. Thank you.
The next speaker, Andrew Grigner.
Starting off with the chief's report. The chief's report should be limited to a maximum of 3 minutes at every meeting. If the chief's report exceeds 30 minutes, we shall match the amount of time the chief takes. Regardless of how long the chief takes to give his report, everyone should hold to speak both in person and on the phone. Otherwise, the chief report goes on way too long. You know, we got other stuff to do today, and we need to sit there 15 minutes of propaganda and such to say the necessary information, and then the chief can shut up for the rest of the meeting. But again, I find it kind of interesting y'all were interested in doing, kind of concerned about the car chases, but we know that nothing is going to go on about that. Because the car chases, the news stations love the car chases because they're great ratings for the news stations. They love seeing the LAP speed down the highway, down the street, injuring other people, causing major crashes and damage and harm to the community and everything. Because it's great for those TV ratings. So you're just going to keep speeding down the street and all that stuff, and you're continuing to shoot and kill people too. That's the main thing that's up this year. Crime itself is down, but you apparently need more money while the rest of the city sees mass layoffs and funding cuts and everything. But you need more money. We have the consent agenda. For the consent agenda, we have a donation for 10 automated license plate readers so that you can send more data to Trump immigration officials and all kinds of stuff. But remember that you don't assist Trump immigration officials except for when you're, but here you are getting more automated license plate readers to send more data to Trump immigration officials. We have a donation for the equipment for the bomb squad so that they can blow up another neighborhood. We have donation for Custody Services Wellness Day, $3,000. We have a donation for $5,000 for the Training Division Concert Band. We have a donation for the Metro Division. We have, that includes a police dog. So for the information of the public, where's the police dog coming from? Just curious. It's not mentioned on here? I assume it's, since you're hiding it, I assume it's from the kennel named after the bunker that Hitler went out in at the end of World War II. I assume. Since you're not mentioning it, so I assume that's where the dog's coming from. Why are you hiding that information? Everyone knows where you're getting the dog from.
Next on the agenda, we have to amend the LAPD.
What was the name?
Defend the LAPD, you're on. Okay, we'll move on.
We have Minister Kelly A. Clift. William.
Minister Miss Kelly Cliff, I would like to make a complaint. May 17th, I tried to make a 911 police call. I was not able to make the police call. Someone answered the phone and said, as if I was playing on the phone, and I was not playing on the phone. And whatever was going on in Washington, D.C., it would not have interfered with me making a police report, to get the police to come to my apartment and take a police report. Because Washington, D.C., the White House, they know all the police chiefs. They know all the police chiefs. They know you, former police chief. And you did absolutely nothing to help me choke the first Asian police chief. A Spanish police officer broke into my apartment, committed sexual acts against me. The first black female, Karen Bass. The two of you go together. First and first, doing nothing. First and first. Karen Bass issued a $1 million settlement check and gave it to a short little Spanish female police officer. I'm not a homosexual, never have been, don't want to me and not interested in changing my gender. So whatever happened in Washington, D.C., they know who is being honored. They know whether you're doing your job or not. You were the perfect person to break what was going on because it was internal. When Jared Bass made it public, why don't you want to be police chief? Apparently it was internal. You were the person to break what was going on. I'm the lady that was raped in the sleep by Barack Obama and Bill Clinton, courtesy of California. It happened in Barack Obama, Denny's restaurant in Culver City, California. Denny's restaurant has been demolished. You were the person to break what was going on. It was internal. You were intern police chief, Terry Bass, first black female mayor. I met the first black mayor, Thomas Bradley. Thomas Bradley was giving me an award. Thomas Bradley looked at my name and he asked me, was my name spelled correctly? And my answer was no. Now, the first black male mayor looked at my name. My name didn't look correct. You, Karen Bass, Los Angeles City Council, first black female mayor, don't see anything wrong with this. You ought to you're ashamed of yourself, you're a disgrace to the Asian community. You are the person to break what was going on. I am, and you can verify I'm telling the truth. I'm Minister Miss Kelly Cliff. How can I witness Jesus Christ to people when you police chiefs allow people to be raped, robbed, and murdered, steal their estates, get police officers to steal their estates? How can I witness Jesus Christ? If you take time to read the Bible, Jesus Christ was a strong man. All this Calvary situation was to prove that he was the Son of God. You're a disgrace to the Asian community. You were the one that should have broke what was going on. And I mean that.
Madam Secretary, please call.
The next speaker, please, is Megan.
So, on Sunday, it'll be 5 years since the murder of George Floyd. What have you done? What has changed? Is LAPD less racist, more transparent, more accountable, less deadly? Southers, you gave an interview on June 15th, 2020 to a website called Life After Hate. It's an organization that claims to be dedicated to helping people leave their lives of violent extremism. It was really something to read your words there and compare it to the Earl Southers that I have come to know. Quote, just because a person has done something criminal doesn't make them any less of a human being. You don't treat them like less than a human being because now you're taking them into custody. I bet Jermaine Pettit would be surprised to hear that. I bet Keenan Anderson would be surprised to hear that. I bet Rob Collier would be surprised to hear that. I bet Dong Yang would be surprised to hear that. I bet Linda Becerra-Moran would be surprised to hear that. Did any of the people I just mentioned even commit a crime? Quote, I think what's going to happen is that law enforcement agencies and municipalities are going to have to open their doors to community members who want to have these very frank and candid discussions. I'm a staunch advocate of civilian oversight. You started your tenure as president of this commission by delivering a gross little self-congratulatory speech about how you're going to start holding quarterly community meetings. How many did you hold before you gave up? 3? 2. Definitely didn't have one in Q4 2024. I haven't had one this year. You don't want frank and candid discussions with the community. You forcibly remove them when they want to have frank and candid discussions about your cover-up of child molestation at the Santa Monica PAL. You have decreased public participation in this meeting. In 2020, the public had 2 minutes to speak on every single agenda item, and that was after the agenda item was actually presented, and now it's 3 minutes total. No matter how many agenda items are crammed on there because you cancel meetings every other week. You've canceled 5 this year, 5 out of 20. How many more people need to be killed? How many more families have to speak their loved one's name into this microphone while you sit there, stone-faced? Or on your Oreste Calanche called for some fake reports created by the people responsible for the murder. How's that going?
Next speaker will be Matos today. And for the record, we are having issues with the Zoom public comment context, so we will continue with in-person only.
So on the updated task force report, just a couple things to say about that. We've already listed out all the ways that LPD collaborates in information sharing, which straight up helps out ICE during raids with traffic control, as folks have witnessed. But I think it's really telling that LAPD, the department, felt comfortable, sharing an incomplete report to this body. I think they see you guys for what you are, the understanding body that you are. And I also think it's really telling that, that they felt fine kind of proceeding with that bit of information. And I think it's really indicative of the fact that LAPD wants to be a secret police department, right? We see that through legislation, we see that through the fight back against the Watch the Watchers community tool. And so just kind of naming how ineffective this body is, how much of a sham it is, and the true intent of this department. I want to mark the 33rd anniversary of the '92 rebellion, especially as we think about the killing of George Floyd and the subsequent righteous calls for abolition, even defunding that have come as a result of that. And I want to, even thinking back to the 1992 rebellion, thinking about Operation Hammer that preceded it, the onslaught that Black and brown communities received, the killing of Latasha Harlins, the beating of Rodney King, all these justified, righteous instances of rebellion and resistance have been in response to true violence by these bodies. At a very young age, I encountered the Wikipedia page for the 1992 rebellion, and it was characterized as a military conflict. And it was actually listed as two kind of, opposing sides, where one side was rioting Black and brown community members, and the other was Korean shopkeepers, the LAPD, and the National Guard as one consolidated force. Just now, I pulled up the Wikipedia page for this event, and it lists the parties to this military conflict as rioters and looters, listed as Crips, Pyrus, Bloods, Mexican Mafia, Florencia 13, MS-13, 18th Street Gang, and the other side being government forces, with the United States, State of California, armed civilians, notably from Korean American communities, defending property from rioters and looters. Dominic, I know you said you didn't join the LAPD as a direct result of the 1992 rebellion, but you did list witnessing the looting of stores as a notable memory in CBS interviews specifically, if I remember. And I do want to talk about even the inefficacy of the Board of Police Commissioners and even Community Police Advisory Board, CPACs, which were a direct result of these riots in some ways. And I want to frame them as what they are, because we see, since then, as Megan listed all these names, and those aren't even all the names. Oscar Leon Sanchez, there's so many more that have been killed by LAPD. The violence hasn't stopped, but it is a function of counterinsurgency to mask that violence, and that's what this body is. I yield the rest of my time.
Cody Ball.
At your last meeting, you introduced your annual report, which is designed to list the federal task forces that LAPD participates in. Your report supposedly lists the purpose, place, people, and arrests made by the task forces. The reality is, you lie. You lied last meeting, and you're lying again in this report. No oversight or rubber stamping on your behalf will obfuscate the truth of LAPD's collaboration with ICE and federal immigration enforcement. In fact, I can list instances in which you lied last week and then tried to cover it up this week. For example, the Regional Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force 2 weeks ago listed that the task force consists of LAPD and 4 other agencies. This week, LAPD has updated that it collaborates with 102 agencies on that task force, including 4 ICE HSI offices. The ICE Border Enforcement Security Task Force that LAPD collaborates on was listed as consisting of 3 agencies just 2 weeks ago, but this week it has been updated to include ICE enforcement and removal operations, the U.S. Marshals, Customs and Border Patrol, LASD, and the LA Port Police. The Police Commission referred to these as LAPD having to make minor corrections. LAPD is lying about who it works with and on how many task forces. No amount of reports, revised or otherwise, will hide the realities of your violence. From ALPRs to task forces, Reports on your collaborations do nothing but demonstrate to the public a fraction of the violence that LAPD commits daily. Instead of abolishing the violence of LAPD, this commission just writes reports on it. Fuck you, I yield my time.
Julian Carl?
Dominic, I'm so glad you decided to join us today. Montrose already mentioned some of your comments, but I have another quote from you in which you say, quote, "There's no mystique in this department. We're open, we're transparent, we're welcoming, and we're here to help." And so it's super, super awesome that you fucking lied to us 2 weeks ago. You all, as Cody mentioned, released a bullshit report in which you lied. You silly gooses released a report with so many inaccuracies that you had to come back because you were a little bashful 2 weeks later with 3 more pages to your report. While we were all here sitting, we had to listen to your babbling in which Rasha asked, quote, "Are we sure these are the only federal agencies or other agencies involved in this JTTF, Joint Terrorism Task Force?" The LAPD presenter, the one you all brought, said, quote, "Correct. That is how we reported." After being directed to update the report, however, LAPD now lists that it works with an additional 14 agencies. Plus the original 2 listed. It is not previously listed that ICE HSI was on the JTTF, but this week's report does list that. JTTF is one of the many task forces on which the police and federal agencies investigate, share information about, and track people who may not have even committed a fucking crime, but may only be, quote, suspected of committing a crime in the future. Reports of, quote, suspicious activity, or SARS, are sent to this task force, which is housed and has a physical presence in LAPD. Furthermore, this report lists task forces on which LAPD works with federal agencies on investigations in which a person may or may not have considered a crime, and a person's information is then shared between task force agencies regardless of what crime they've committed. An example of this is the Joint Terrorism Task Force, which works with the local fusion center. LAPD reports and shares a person's information with the JTTF based only on the supposed suspicion that they might be doing something. This is collaboration with DHS, this is collaboration with ICE, and this is actively sharing information with federal immigration law enforcement with the purpose of deporting and abducting people. Speaking of information gathering of people who may or may not have committed a crime, you're also getting new ALPRs of fucking again, are you serious? Of which your own audit reports that 320 million photographs have been taken, 99.9% of which are of people and license plates unaffiliated with any hot list whatsoever. That's ridiculous. Fuck you, once again, I yield the rest of the time.
Grace Zhang?
What we are witnessing today is not public safety. It is the continuous consolidation of a counterinsurgency infrastructure funded by white wealth, shrouded in philanthropic legitimacy, and deployed to criminalize Black and brown communities under the guise of security. The Los Angeles Police Foundation, a private slush fund for the LAPD, funnels elite capital into surveillance technologies like ALPRs with zero public input. That these new cameras are being installed around the Westfield Century City Mall and the LA Country Club is no accident. Surveillance is not about safety, it is about maintaining racialized property relations, shielding wealth from the people who are dispossessed to preserve it. And when that surveillance data is funneled into federal fusion centers and shared with ICE, CBP, DHS, marshals, and more, this city becomes a node in a national surveillance network of racial violence, deportation, detention, and death. The force of item 3B is compounded by the lies in the LAPD's so-called Immigration Enforcement Task Force report. 2 weeks ago, you claimed LAPD was collaborating with just a handful of agencies. Now you've added dozens more, but the truth is, the full scope of LAPD's entanglement with federal repression cannot be quantified. It is foundational. These task forces function not on fact, but on suspicion. They don't just criminalize behavior, they criminalize existence. The commission sits here week after week, rubber stamping budgets, donations, and policies that expand LAPD's reach. You do not provide oversight, you provide cover. The violence is in the infrastructure and you're its agents. And there's no peace for those who orchestrate state violence
None of you deserve a moment's rest where your hands remain soaked in the calculated violence and brutality you call oversight. Like Megan said, how many more does it take? The deaths of people who are loved, of families who have to come here to beg you to care, will live on your conscience forever. They're murdered by LAPD, but that is on your hands too, and you have to bear that burden for the rest of your life. And even though you're not looking or listening or caring, just remember that.
Commander Khan?
As we continue to bear them and completely just, I don't even know what more to say, because I think we also have to recognize that how flawed by design this institution is. Next year is going to be 100 years for the Los Angeles Police Commission. 1926 is when it was formed. Now, how do you create an oversight body? But throughout history, when shit happens, you have to bring independent agencies to investigate the oversight body and the agencies that are committing these crimes. Watts Rebellion, McComb Commission, a former CIA director. Let's go to fast forward to what Marcus was talking about, Rodney King, that 1992 rebellion. Then you have Christopher Commission. Then you have William Webster's Commission. Christopher was Clinton's Secretary of State. William Webster was a CIA director. Fast forward to 2000, in Rampart Division. What happens? You have the DOJ that's going to sue the city and forces a consent decree. 187 paragraphs. 187 paragraphs. That's the most intense fucking consent decree that has been around in the history of the United States, of any police department. Let's fast forward to 2020. Let's not even go anywhere. 3 different independent commissions are set up to investigate what the fuck are these people doing? I mean, who are these people? So I think to expect them to do anything beyond the rubber stamp body is foolish or naive. But I think it's only like, just where the heck, and even using that language is a waste of time, like where the heck is your conscience? Kalancha, you were running a youth organization, immigrant youth. Time after time, we are bearing this thing that they are collaborating 24/7 through various systems with ICE and the federal government. Time after time we come back that how they are targeting youth, how black and brown youth have been targeted very, very, very precisely, that they get hunted by various programs. PATH, do you know what PATH is? Providing alternatives to hinder extremism, an LAPD program. So at what point does your conscience come back and say that I have to forget everything else? You have to face your community. You have to face the very youth that you're supposed to offer them some sense of safety. So why did you get caught up in this lie? Because as my comrade Matios also said, the sanctuary is a binary. Either it is or it's not. You can't do circles around it. And you definitely can't do circles around us, because we're not going anywhere. We're going to stay loud. We're going to stay disruptive. We're going to continue to expose this shit. And we are, like, people are learning more and more and more and more that what's going on. The only way to stop it is to shut down these programs. But you keep on doing that, and another piece is the license plate reader.
Shame on you, Kalante.
The next speaker, please, Henry Marini.
I didn't plug it in because it's not.
Yes, hi, good morning, my name is Henry Marini. I traveled a great distance to be here. I don't want to take and belabor the points that were made earlier. We all know what this is. This is high school. Let's be serious, all right? I have some serious dirt on several of your officers. I know their TikTok handles, I know their Instagram handles, but that's not really why I'm here. This is high school, and I know what you guys do to your officers after the fact when we make them here. So I want to incentivize you to go ahead and, I'm not going to use the word bully, okay, but I want you to go ahead and push Heredia to stop doing the fucking private CPAPs, alright? Captain Heredia, I know for a fact is working with Scientology. It's not really about Scientology, but go do your high school thing, you, and you. Go and pressure Heredia to say, bro, why are you working with a kiddie trafficking cult? All right? Why are you harassing these innocent people and holding a simple fucking public meeting? It's the stupidest shit to get in trouble, and I know you guys know that. So go do your high school thing, go tell Captain Heredia, stop being a Scientology sim, because I saw his ass and a couple of his goons, literally, and I'll replay it for you, at the Hollywood station. They put up a sign unlawfully, didn't get notice that it was canceled. Here's the replay. And that's why this is high school. I caught his ass. I stood there for 40 minutes afterwards thinking that he knew nobody, well, he was expecting nobody to be there, but I caught his ass, all right? I also heard it literally, AuditLA, and I heard him in the fucking station, all right? He was in the back office pretending not to be there. So, again, this is high school. Can you please do your high school fucking thing? Text him right now, message him on Instagram, tell him, bro, why are you canceling CPAPs? It's the dumbest shit to get in trouble over, and you're a fucking captain. That's what Captain Heredia does on his free time. He messages people like Janet Whelan, Moxon, and all these other shitbags that are part of Scientology. So please, do your job as high school bullies. Go pressure Heredia to stop doing the cancellate and the unlawful no notice given of CPAPs, all right? Honestly, it's the easiest shit. Other thing, please do tell Ishmael Pinato, the Scientology mole that works over in Northeast, I said hello. Give him my best and warm regards. Tell him I wish him well. I'll likely see him in court soon, but do give him my very warm regards. Tell him I love him, I wish him all the best. And to please also tell him, if he could, to stop lying on his police reports. That would be really great. I don't think it's too much to ask. I think, even more beautifully, he admitted on his own police report, when I was bullshitly charged with a misdemeanor vandalism count, which I, to this day, only activist that fucking beat Heidi Soto and gave her the middle finger, and I caught her ass on a video recording admitting she knew the charge was bullshit. So please, do your high school thing. Thank you.
Sir, if you want to make any complaints, can I ask the department and the Inspector General's office to follow up with this individual?
Jonathan Foster?
The outside in line.
That's great.
Jonathan Foster, I cannot believe the topics that have come up today because I've already got them written down 4 weeks ago. One is, though, just so all over the place. Commissioners should state how they were selected or chosen. Did you ask to be here, or were you selected to be here? That's a very important concept. There was a guy, Groff, he was chopping down trees with a chainsaw. The first thing that, when I heard the report, first thing that comes to my mind is, what is the color, race, religion? Most important, religion and nationality of this guy. Where is he from that he'd be chopping down trees here? What mindset does that? George Holliday, he's the guy that filmed the police beating of Rodney King. George Holliday, he died of COVID. And they brought up canines today. There's this Dr. Rashid Ritchie on YouTube. He was talking about the cops in Montgomery were cracking jokes about an innocent black man. They sent the dog in, bit his leg, he bled to death. So, all right, this one.
Conversation with him in the office around conducting non-use of force training and a report back. We can set up some time to sit down, go through what's most important. We potentially can find to improve the training, ultimately the outcome. The training, either the training's wrong, training. We can set up some time to sit down.
So he's going to set up some time to sit down and talk, and that needs a cam. And everybody that's on a CPAP must wear a cam. You 5 need cams. So that's that introduction. I only got a minute and 20 seconds to talk about something I spoke about, the mentally ill people that this is not in your jurisdiction, really, right? It's not in your jurisdiction what I'm going to talk about, but you are the people that could go up the food chain with this concept. And again, these mentally ill people, how much sugar and caffeine are they on? Right? How many stimulants are these people on? What is their hydration level? It seems like every one of these mentally ill people had to be monumentally dehydrated. Right? They have no proper sleep, no omega-3s, they don't eat raw vegetables, they're not on a multivitamin, stuff like this. And then they on a lot of caffeine, a lot of sugar with no hydration. And then they end up getting in a conflict with the police department. And so something has to be done about this, but these people are alone, like Wilbur Blanco, alone, Linda Sarah Moran, alone. Takar Smith and Yang Yang were with people, but they were still dehydrated and on stimulants. And hydration is phenomenally important. Maybe you could talk to the people up the food chain, the response teams.
That was our last speaker.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We'll now move on to agenda item number 3.
Because nobody got to Zoom on.
We have items 3A through I today. I'm going to pull 3A, 3C, and 3D. Vice President Shields, are there any items you would like to present?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Conchi, are there any items you would like to present? I'm going to pull 3A, 3C, and 3D.
Can I pull, 3B,
So with that, I move that we adopt the recommendation for action on items 3A through I, except items 3A, 3B, 3C, and 3D. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Thank you, officer. Have a good one.
You too.
Thanks. I'll wait for, maybe have a... Henry, I'll sign you up at City Hall. Hi. I'll sign him up over there. Does anyone know? Sorry, I can't. Chat keeps disappearing horizontal. So, guys, man, crazy that they couldn't do Zoom again. I'm finding it really weird. But then again, with everything broken. Let's see if I can get out this door without the button. Maybe it works on this side. Look. Nope. Of course not. Sorry, yeah, the button doesn't work. Yeah, I know, for a month now. And I can't, yeah. Thank you, I appreciate it. I prefer to do it myself, but they won't fix it. Thank you. Yeah, for a month I've been telling them. For a month, yeah.
Gotcha.
All right, so did that work out? I figured I'd go over there and sign us up while they talk to you.
Isn't it true though? Isn't it high school? Are
Yeah.
we not in high school?
Yeah, we're in all kinds of things. We're in a bizarre reality, a different dimension, high school, the Truman Show. It's like, you can make any analogy you want. It all fits. Sorry, I tried to do TikTok too. Sorry, guys, trying to take you along. I wonder if we missed public comment, but it's crazy that they can't get the Zoom under control. I don't believe that they can't.
If you didn't see it, we can chat about it. But I went to Heidi's office at the 8th floor, their executive
When
office.
today?
Yesterday, I gave him my
No,
letter.
I haven't seen it
that
yet.
I told you about the repeated Brown Act violations.
Uh-huh.
I talked to a woman named Stacy, an elderly woman. She had.
So I had to zigzag to slow me down. Sorry, guys. Okay.
She had brownish, blondish, reddish hair, and she said she will
Bizarro world, yeah.
officially file, and it's been officially taken under consideration to advise City Council. Now, obviously,
Good.
we don't know that actually means anything, but the whole point.
But the fact that you're making noise and
Yeah.
the squeaky wheel hopefully will get the grease.
And for what it's worth, I know some people are weird about it, but I love bringing up your name just as a
Go for it.
shame on you sympathy card. I'm gonna play it to no end.
Go for it. You know what?
This is
Even
just
my
for-
chat was saying you've been going hard against the city hall. You go for it. Go hard. Go. What do they say? Go hard or go home. Go big or go home. So might as well go for it. I go that way because it's.
This way?
Yeah, because that's the. You too. You now got a city council?
Yeah, I explode over there. I try not to
I know they're really bad.
They all should be arrested.
I agree. One of these days, FBI will come.
$100 an hour to worthless.
I agree. Have a good one. So I don't let them get to me like that because, like, if you don't keep your own, you know, like you can get burned out easy. So that's why it's funner just to clown them and punk them. Like,
Well,
I'm not gonna cuss them out. I'm just gonna punk them.
Yeah,
you know?
that's the whole for today.
Yeah.
It had to be stupid and like absurd because it was stupid and absurd. Because literally, I saw him literally and his buddies do that. Like,
yeah, it's so crazy.
Something out of like a Roadrunner cartoon.
Hi.
But it's real life.
I didn't even know you were there. I didn't even know you were here. So I'm glad I wait because I was gonna leave because I'm like, oh, they're not gonna. But then I'm like, no, maybe they'll fix the Zoom. But no, they don't fix the door. They don't fix the Zoom. Well, at least you got to talk to somebody, which is good. That's the more of that kind of heat. The
Yeah, they
better.
were cracking up. They were smiling. All three of them were smiling.
Yeah.
They know.
Yeah, they know.
They know.
Well, I'm actually going to email her already, and I'm going to ask them. So, are we going to have a CPAP this week, or this month, or is it private, or you know?
Yeah.
Like, what's?
Should I get my Scientology handler to
Yeah.
help you out, Heredia? Do you need help scheduling?
That's what we should do. We should ask for like a yeah.
I need
the
my
handlers.
Scientology handler to please help.
Sorry, guys, I can't see chat or anything with the sun, so hopefully everything is okay. But yeah, exactly. You know, so but I'm gonna keep pushing hard about the CPAP, getting them off the bid. I mean, I pissed off Jeff yesterday at the East Hollywood Neighborhood Council. Because I said, you know, like with all these lawsuits, Susanna and Scientology has to lose their seat. They have to. We got to push that. Because to me, they're not in good standing until those cases are adjudicated. You know what I mean? So they shouldn't be on anything. They should be removed. Scientology, because it's Scientology. It's not Janet Whelan. Although, you know, like they think it's her, but, you know,
right.
They know the truth. How you
She's
doing?
Just the patsy.
Yeah, well, she's actually the paid lobbyist, if you really look at it.
Yeah.
And then that's another thing I want to push. They signed up as paid lobbyists because that's what she is. She would not be going to those meetings, but that she was told she's doing it because she's making her $47 a week, and that's her job.
Conflict of interest. There's money involved with.
Yes, and she's advising the police.
Right.
I mean, I can't wait to get my chair. This thing's, hold on. Hope I can. This is like, but I'm grateful. I'm not complaining. Thank you guys for getting me this. Although well, I can't wait to get back into medical grade. Because this is like kind of like a rickety office chair with a motor attached. And it keeps flips me forward, which is freaking scary. Okay. Whoa, ouch, that hurt. Sorry, guys. I know the camera's probably a mess because I can't really see.
Do you have it hold in it, or are you good?
I think I'm good. As I said, they got a little bit of the pull in it. I think my hand is cramped in this position anyway. I'm looking. I need to get a gimbal where I can have because I have the gimbal for one, you know, but then sometimes I want to be able to carry two. Like I don't always do TikTok, but when I do, I want to be able to switch it over to where I can do two of them.
I told George I'd interview him today.
Oh, cool.
I hope he came though.
I hope so. I hope
I hope they also didn't take public comment yet.
I know they probably did.
That's what they probably did.
But hopefully it's still going on. Hopefully they had something going on. And I'm sorry I can't go any faster.
No,
You can go ahead of me and
you don't gotta apologize for shit. I don't want to hear it.
You can go ahead if you need to.
I don't trust these assholes to do anything. Quite frankly, they can't fix this.
Hi, how you doing?
Audit.
I know it's true. I can't even get and it's not the cops that come and help you get out. It's always some person.
Yeah.
They're just there watching, like
They're all farting around on TikTok. That's what they're doing.
It's true. Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah.
Well, even the federal ones I see around chilling in their cars. I was watching yesterday. I was watching this dude. He's literally farting around on TikTok.
They're not even supposed to. Well, I know, on TikTok, there was this, and I liked it. He was actually really cool. He was like a very fair-minded LA sheriff sergeant, very fair-minded, but he admitted that there are deputy gangs, publicly.
The LASD civilian
and they fired him.
is legit.
Is it-
I've attended, and
Oh,
yes.
sorry. Yeah, I've been to that one too.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. It's like the camera. Wait.
They actually review court cases inside, and the president of the LASD Civilian Oversight Commission was saying there are gangs. They were discussing the topic of gangs, and he was like, I'm fucking pissed that the agency keeps denying me court orders that we won as a result of suits and keeps redacting it, even though we won on the unredacted as a part of the court order.
But like, I want honest cops, and the fact that he mentioned it on his own, like, so what? We all know it's true. He shouldn't have gotten fired for that. Did they do well, hey Stylo, did they do public comment yet? So today, I don't know. See what these guys are up to. Their shenanigans. Yeah, but keep pressing. I'm glad you're putting all that pressure on city attorney.
I want to keep mentioning
Everyone's enjoying it. People are enjoying it.
I keep saying I'm her number one fan.
Yes, right. Yeah, give my love to all these. So you have to be kind of like humorous and tongue in cheek, and you can't always make it so, because otherwise you'll be the one that goes nuts. They don't care.
Oh, yeah, they don't care.
Well, you have to close it just a tad to make it like flush. Yeah, it's so weird. Okay, guys, sorry for you guys. Thank you. You're free to search anything. Like I have anything else? Oh, sorry.
You take that with you.
Thank you. Sorry, guys. Ooh. Do we know where we are as far as? Sure. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. I'll just jam the elevator. No, just waiting for my friend. He had to go do a strip search.
Fucking dude made me take up a.
I know, all the strip. I said you're going through your strip search. I know, Fight Guy goes through that too. He always goes through that. Once they get to, well, no, he's still, even though they know him, they still make him do the strip search.
Yeah, I fucking hate it. It's retaliation.
All right, I'm gonna do. You have to do your name and then the randomized name. I like. I'm going. Kirsten Peterson's my randomized name lately. I've been having good success with them calling that one. Oh, thank you, Floho. Guys, we got TikTok and. Did they do public comment yet? Are any other gadflies here? Yeah. Just in case, they have not called me in over a month. That's why you have to do two names. It's sad. We shouldn't have to play those games.
I know. It's fucking stupid.
Hi guys, how you doing?
I'll put you down as Karen.
Are they still doing public comment? You know? Just getting in. Okay. Yeah, that's. Duh. I should know that.
I'll put you down as Karen.
Good. Thank you.
I'll be Janet Wheelan.
All right. Janet Wheelan. What? Also ganja, okay. I wonder who the city attorney is today. Yeah, it's sad we had to play these shenanigans. You know, you had to play their game. I don't even know what's on the agenda. That's what I like about the police. They don't hold you to that. They give you all the people saying all this stuff. They never mess with them. They just let them talk, which to me is wise. Like, I mean,
So, they did,
there it is. But maybe they called our names. Hey, Jason. Welcome, Smoke and Scan. I wonder if they called my name. Did they call my name? Huh?
I need you already.
Did they call me?
No.
Did they call any of my names?
No.
Did they call you yet?
No.
Oh, so they're just starting.
No, they started 30 minutes already. They just
So they didn't call me?
No, they didn't call you. They didn't
Let's
call
go from. I'm going to go up as if they did.
Do you have your small speaker ready? Set it up. When I go there, I want to use that.
Shit, he wants a microphone.
Amber signs were put up by sanitation on top of metal signs for Operation Help Street. Lunch for the street on Wednesday, metal signs say Friday, and we were there filming, trying to plead with sanitation and the Princess Street 14 was there, but we're trying to plead with sanitation and explain to the people on the street what these signs actually mean. They're not noticed, and it's so frustrating that people push sanitation to say, are you coming to this street next? People moving their stuff from one street right into the line of fire because they don't.
Right, Gonzo. I think the other one might still be broken.
It's so fucked up. And speaking of displacement and management of the land,
I don't even know what I can talk on.
the money of 19 months of genocide and brought up outside.
Does anyone know what's on the agenda?
Have a technical event. Not yet.
Yeah, Jason, I watch them not call. They've been like so sneaky.
By Councilmember Christina. You need to read it the record? Okay. All right, that's a comment. The floor is yours. You want to identify yourself? Which item would you like?
Oh man, with Bob on the throne, that randomizer isn't going to randomize me too good. It's going to randomize me right out of the queue. And the CAO is here.
And my story is that I'm a small landlord in district court, and I'm organizing a small group of also landlords in district court communities that would also the same way that 0.3% is more than enough, especially in our time. And I was really
Come on, Bob.
Good morning. Which item would you like to speak to?
General comments.
1 minute, go ahead.
Okay, good morning, Council. My name is Giselle Mata from ACE. Welfare in the spaces enormous challenges wildfires, soaring housing costs, and crumbling infrastructure that cost our city billions each year. Right now, we pay $1.4 billion in fees and interest in debt services annually to Wall Street banks. Imagine if that money stayed here, rebuilding neighborhoods, creating affordable homes, and supporting local businesses. Our deficit right now in LA is close to $1 billion. It's basically what we're paying today. It costs $460,000 to get this study started. The only solution that you all are offering is job cuts. Cuts to our neighborhood services. That's the last thing we need right now. North Dakota's central public bank model has returned over $1 billion in its general fund while investing an additional $1 billion in education. Please get around and remember who got you where you are, and remember the people that elected you. Thank you.
Oh, God, here's our friend. Hey, George. Can you guys hear?
Good morning. Which item would you like to speak to?
3843 public comment.
3 minutes for the item and 1 minute for guests. Go ahead.
38, he's got bonds for $28.1 million, another $20.1 million. And again, you're not putting down how you're paying for another illegal game in your foolish trip. Number 40, what is this where you're trying to tell people who have no place to live? You can't sit, you can't lie, you can't store, you can't sleep. What kind of an inhumane sociopath are all of you? While you rob the homeless money, I know you're sitting there just trying to ignore this all, but the DOJ and the federal court are going to make it so that you cannot ignore this anymore. And you have the city attorney, you got a good chance of going to jail. I know one that you have to pay $900,000 because you're a defendant and you can't prosecute at the same time. Other federal court. Bass didn't show up, and the president of the court didn't show up because you're trying to manipulate, get rid of Judge Carter. Only he isn't going for your foolish business. Not a public comment.
Okay, do 1 minute.
No, I got 1:30. I think you know what the hell you're doing.
You said that you would like people to time for that. You said now on the public comment. So that's something you want to be general. You not get to use.
You're eating up my time right now.
Where's my baby? Where's my baby?
So you have 1
Okay.
minute for general public comment for your request. Go ahead. You start 10 over at 11.
You people here that are here for lowering your rent. Go take a look at another agenda item where we finally force these schools to talk about paying a proper price for housing with $50,560. And this is $800,000. If you divide the $50,560 into $600,000, that's 34.5 to 1. And $800,000 is 54 to 1. So if you want your housing costs low, you're going to have to hammer these people to start paying the right amount of housing because of the contract with the developer automatically means that you're going to be paying more money.
Thank you, Cruiser Recovery. Let's go on it. Glad you made the time for public comment. Shout out to Audit.
Or they're
Shout
bought
out
and
to
sold by
Audit.
somebody. You got that, people?
Smoking gun.
This is how money is robbed by the city attorney. And you're going down, bud. I've already guaranteed it. You're not so smart.
So the previous speaker, we are trying to monitor.
If they call me.
Warning, do not disrupt this meeting. George. So George, please not disrupt this meeting. This is your personal and formal warning. Good morning. Item, you like to speak to? Bueno días, con el cual el tema quiere comentar.
Hola, mi nombre es Carmen. Estoy hablando del comandante.
Comment, public comment, I can take a little bit from the recess. You have 1 minute, go ahead. You can let it out.
Why does the CAO always look like he's about to be thrown under the bus? Bro. Oh, now they have him doing tech work?
Yes, we want Councilman Councilwoman
So he's a lawyer and a technician. Interesting.
from the number 0 to 3%. It is important for you to remember, Councilwoman, that us, the
I'm gonna try, Patriot. I hope they call us.
For you to be our champion for the rent control.
I forgot about Sonny Bono being a Scientologist. Interesting.
So yes, my personal anecdote is as follows. Living in District 7 under Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez in Fillmore, California. And on December 12th,
The world thinks that Ronnie Cowell's gonna run for mayor. She's networking.
The form that or the contract that I had signed was different from what I had to leave after living there for over a year and 5 months. First where I signed it, I was to take care of his wife, who had Alzheimer's in 2 weeks. So that he could have more benefits and help from Medicare.
I'll be mad if they don't call me.
Your time is expired. Because at any time he gave you notice, that was the vehicle. Good morning, what item would you like to speak to?
Buenos días. Quiero hablar con el secretario público.
Public office. Okay, 1 minute, go ahead.
Mi nombre es Sofía Mendoza, vivo en el distrito 9, soy miembro de ACCESS.
Yes, my name is Sofia Mendoza, I live in District 9, and I am a member of the
The stupid randomizer. I want to see it to believe it.
Quiero que nuestra concejal limpie
Yeah, Ernst, you're right. It's very different.
We want the Councilwoman Izzy Roman.
And hello, we have TikTok with us too today.
la nueva fórmula de control de renta del 0 al 3%.
We want her to introduce the new formula for rent control from 0 to 3%.
Es urgente porque ya tenemos mucho tiempo, ¿verdad? Y esto ya tiene que ser ya.
It's urgent because we've been at this for a long time, right? So we need this right now.
Recuerden que los miembros de la estamos puesta usted para que puedan cancionar.
And remember that the members of ACE went door to door canvassing for you so that you could be our champion.
Nobody here is going to be their champion. Came to the wrong place for that. I think she's going to run for mayor.
As a renter, I'm having difficulty paying my rent because my landlord is trying to raise the rent. So that's why I'm asking you, not just Izzy Roman, but all of the council.
Mi esposo tiene 2 trabajos y si llega el aumento de renta del 10%, al 8%, nos vamos a quedar prácticamente mandaditos.
My husband has 2 jobs, and if we are facing paying a 10 or 8% increase in rent, we're at risk of practically being on the street.
Por eso es importante que ya pongan esto ya en el municipio. Por favor, gracias.
And that's why it's important to put this in council now. Please, thank you. items you'd like to speak to?
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Eloisa Galindo. Voy a hacer comentario público.
1 minute, go ahead. Adelante.
Antes que nada, quiero decirles a todos los concejales que es una falta de respeto que los individuos vengan y les digan lo que están pasando con sus rentas, porque no tienen un tope de renta y ustedes estén platicando.
None of them are listening. Well, except for the interpreter.
My name is Eloisa Galindo. Before I would like to speak, I would like to say that it is a complete lack of respect from the council members that while us directors are coming here to speak to you about our rent control needs and our difficulties that we have, and for all of you to be standing there just talking with one another.
Desde la vez pasada que vine y hablé, por ahí mi sonrisa, no es un juego.
Nobody's listening.
Because the last time I came here, it was the same thing, seeing all smiles everywhere. This isn't a game, this isn't a joke, this is real. Come on, if you're wrong, come on, seriously, we need you, if you're wrong, we need it.
What are they fighting for? I don't even know.
0% minimum with a 3% cap, please. And yes, come on, let's pick up the shovel and start working. Council members, I'm with Julie, the small representative here, the worker from Monday worker.
Pedimos decir que le den una cita a Julie. Vamos, pónganse a trabajar por los inquilinos.
Come on, Council, we're asking for your help too. We want to schedule a meeting with Julie, please. And I believe we called out AuditLA as well. So I believe.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mike, yes.
No, not yet. Okay. I need the mic.
Just 1 second. If we could get these speakers in our aisle, be remote, like, or wireless,
Yeah. He just said they do. Thank you. But thank you, Mr. Grote, for not forgetting about me. Let's go with all items, and then you tell me when I'm off topic, because I didn't study it as well as I should have, and then public comment.
Okay, you said all items, and then just for clarification, the items that are over the public comments are items 1 and 2, items 4 through 10, items 36 through 39, and items 41 through 43.
Does that include the police one? Or I could just go for it, like, and you could just,
So if the police pensions is not, item 26, it was actually continued. So you have 3 minutes for the items and 1 minute for Jen.
okay, thank you, sir, we'll go for it. Shout out to Smoke and Scan. Okay, well, I want to start off first, it's like, okay, let's see who's listening. Ms. Hernandez, where are you? Mr. President, come on. Come on, guys. Ms. Padilla, everyone start listening to the public. We're here to talk to you. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Monica. And Mr. CAO, I feel like that he always has to look like he's about to be tossed under the bus. Because I think that you guys, come on, you guys are harsh on him. You're giving him like not a lot to work with. And then he's here sweating every time I'm here, so give him a break. I always say hi to him, he says hi back, so he's been cool, but go easy on him, okay? A little bit, I mean, you try. But I'm telling you guys, Mr. McCosker's not listening. Oh, Mr. McCosker, come on, you're letting me down. Like, and even this, well, I'm glad the city attorney's not listening because then he'll be calling me off topic, so. But that's, like with all the, I see all the lawsuits, a lot of lawsuits are coming. Mr. Hugo's not listening, even though I'm always here about his division, right, his area. Shouldn't he be listening, Ms. Monica? Right, he should be listening, but he's not. I don't like it when he doesn't listen. Who else isn't listening? Mr. President's not listening. You're listening. I know you are, because every time I try to catch Ms. Hernandez not listening, she swears she is, and so I try to catch her. I've yet to catch her not listening. Even when she's talking. Are you listening, Ms. Hernandez? Okay, all right, I got you this time. All right, I'm just gonna keep doing it until everyone's listening. Mr. Lee, are you listening? Mr. Lee, calling Mr. Lee.
This is not on the agenda.
Oh, it's not, well, I thought your names were all on the agendas. I see your names all over the agenda. Okay, continue with the, okay. Okay, well, I'm here, I'll wait to what I came here for, to public comment, but in the meantime, like, all those houses that you're giving away, like the 1 and 2, you know, there's a lot of addresses that you're giving away. Hi, Mr. Price, I hope you're listening. But anyway, I think that you should give them to the people who need them. Like, there's a lot of people that would benefit from getting free houses. You know, 1 and 2, like you're taking the thing off the rolls or whatever. Instead of just taking things off the rolls, give those houses to people who need it. I'll be happy to take one. I bet Smoke and Scan would love to have one. We all would, you know, like it would help with the house, right, Miss Monica? It would help a lot. And, and then the one, I really wanted to talk about the police one, because I think that, you know, I don't know. They're doing, I didn't like what's going on over at the police meeting today. And boy, it's really hard to concentrate when no one's listening. But you're always listening, Mr. Grote, so in a way that's bad, because I wish you wouldn't, because then you wouldn't call me off topic. You see how that works? So I wish you weren't listening, and I wish they were. Bob, are you listening? Wave hi if you're listening. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, well, we'll just let the clock wait. I just need Bob to show signs of life, like really. Okay, here we go. What? Okay, here now, public comment. Thank you, sir. Okay, I'm here to talk to Mr. Hugo about his area, and also all of you. Okay, I don't know if you're aware, there's a lawsuit in the city of Los Angeles. Okay, it's Jane Doe versus, oh my God, Gavin Potter. She was they're both Scientologists, and she claims that she was sexually assaulted by him as a minor, and that she was forced by Scientology to marry her abuser, so, because they don't believe in going to the police. And there's a lot of Jane Doe cases, even against Danny Masterson. They're not allowed to go to the police, okay? So there's a lot of nonsense. There's a lot of victims, women victims, children victims, because do you know that in the state of California, that you don't have to be any legal age to get married? Are you listening? Because you're a woman, you guys are all the women here. You're allowed to have children brides. Okay, come on, CD4. You're not listening? Are you listening? Signs of life. Okay, that's all I need. Bob, are you listening? This is my time, so I could ask you if you're listening. Wave hi, Bob.
Okay, I was not listening to the record.
Did he say he was? Okay. Thank you. No, him. And Henry. See, they called me because they didn't want me to get kicked out.
I stand next to you because they just see, it's closed. I needed 10 names today. I needed 10 names.
See?
Okay, anybody who's yelling at us will be removed. Simple as that. Don't yell at us, we'll get removed. That's your warning. What do we have in front of us?
Oh, I couldn't even focus. I had no idea what to talk on. That's all right. We'll just call them out in their crap. Did Herman get to talk?
Okay.
You didn't get to talk either?
We're pretty on the public comment. We just need to wait for a few minutes. So with that, we'll get 10 more minutes of public comment.
That's Dusty.
So your name is called. Well, we have the next speaker. You could read the name.
Are they calling
I'll
them?
call up for you. Okay.
They are calling people?
Aida Rivera, Kirsten Peterson, Jared Kilo.
And where's Henry?
Okay. You heard your name called?
Kirsten.
Again,
Huh?
we have a limited amount of time.
I don't have the microphone. Yeah, this is
Just
technical.
to get
Yeah.
two more speakers.
Thank you.
So again, to clarify,
So TikTok won't let Henry.
1 and 2, items 4 through 10, items 36 through 39.
It was so funny.
items 41 through 42.
He was distracted.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
Good morning. Marking down for general public comment and agenda items. We're going to do 1, 2, and then 4 to 7.
Okay, so 3 minutes for the agenda item on the agenda, and 1 minute for that. Please deal with the items. Go ahead.
We're taking a look at item number 1, and it's talking about the non-compliance of LANC code and whether or not there is any sort of exception costs and whether there will be any sort of consequences and penalties followed up. I talked to the Disability Commission, and I know for a fact, as part of the advocacy, that I and many others have done to hold the city accountable. They demand a letter directly from the city attorney herself, Heidi Soto, on an annual report, whether there was any sort of selective prosecution of fines on LAFC violations. Now, the office is normally noticed as such, and we are looking forward to that report. Is it the case? Is it the case that maybe there are some agencies, maybe there are some entities that are not being held to the same standard, not being issued the same fines? Similarly to number 2, we have yet another appeal for LAFC violations and compliance to code. Is there any potential possibility that there's a discrepancy between who gets prosecuted on LAFC code violations? I don't quite a bit because I actually had to learn that when I was currently prosecuted in a case against Heidi Soto. It's why I call myself a Heidi Soto super fan. I am her #1 fan, and we know for a fact that she is in fact not prosecuting everybody equally on the LAFC violations. Otherwise, the city would have collected all the money for an entity such as a church, we'll say that exists on Illinois Way, that may or may not be called Scientology, that owes the city quite a big chunk of money, close to millions. We're moving on to item number 4. Yet again, we have another motion on LAFC code violations where the fines and or criminal prosecution will be taking place. Blockading the public right of way is one of those 5609, 5611, 5612. Why is it then that the city attorney's office keeps not prosecuting entities equally with fines and criminal prosecution as is required under the law, and you're selectively choosing which entities you do and do not want to go after, do and do not want to get money? That is the literal definition of malicious and selective prosecution. The literal definition. Literal definition committed by Heidi Soto herself as a witness for my case very clearly. That's why I call myself a Heidi Soto super fan. That's why I love that she selectively prosecuted people.
Do not believe this relates to LED activity.
And we can cut straight to the level of general public comment. Why is this city council the only committee so far that continues to chop virtual public comment? I submitted a letter to the executive office of the city attorney's office yesterday on this very same thing. There are disabled people that want to make their voice heard, but can't because they can't physically show up here. Tell me how that's not a viewpoint suppression or discrimination. Tell me why this group still has the same infrastructure, the whole virtual public comment. You don't need any more licenses, you don't need any more video camera equipment. You have all of things necessary to get the whole virtual public comment, and you don't. It's the stupidest thing to get the city sued over. It's the dumbest way to violate people's rights. It's the uttermost disgusting thing you can do to discriminate against an AD community. But they do it anyway, and you do it repeatedly. And you're gonna get the city sued over this shit. It's disgusting. Whole virtual public comment again. And we know you're not calling names on the virtual teleprompter. For fuck's sake, it's the stupidest thing to get the city in trouble for.
Yep, spot on. Good. You live rent-free in her head. That's awesome.
If you do require accommodation under the ADA,
I know they're rude. They're so rude. Yeah, TikTok. Welcome to This Is the Craziness of City Council.
Thank you. Good morning. Which item would you like to speak to? Buenos días. ¿Sobre cuál tema quiere hablar? Sí, 1 minute. Go ahead. 1 minuto. Adelante.
Mi nombre es Tomás Martínez. Soy miembro de él y vivo en el distrito 14. Estoy hablando de comentarios públicos, de distinta traducción.
Yes, my name is Tomas Martinez, I'm a member of ACE, I live in District 14. Adelante.
Quiero que nuestro concejal Niña introduzca la nueva fórmula de control de renta que es 0 al 3%. Es urgente que usted, concejal Niña, recuerde que los miembros de ACE tocamos puertas por usted para que fuera nuestra campeona de los derechos adquiridos.
Yes, and we want Councilwoman Nithya Rahman to introduce a new rent control formula from 0 to 3%. It's important for you to remember, Councilwoman, that us, the members of ACE, went door to door canvassing for you to be our renters' rights champion.
Interés claro. Te quedas como dueño de mi pueblo, de las fiestas patronales con la corona. Nada más. Necesitamos
And Isabel, we need you to be the champion, the queen that you are of our people. You need to make good of that position of power that you have in your seat to help us in our district and other districts as well.
Y apoyar a otros que se valoren el alto y que defiendan a los inquilinos, ya que están pasando por muchos desalojos.
And support the Larso and other renters to support renters and facing abuse and eviction.
Que defiendas a tu pueblo porque tenemos esperanza en ti, porque caminamos por ti, tocamos fuerza por ti. Gracias.
And to defend your people because we went canvassing for you, we went supporting you and representing you. Thank you.
Good morning. Which item would you like to speak to?
General intent.
So you have 1 minute for item number 10 and 1 minute for general public comment.
General public comment. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Kika Keith. I've been here plenty of times before. I'm a social equity retail license holder. We're here because we just left the government operations committee meeting where the PCR did not show up to go over their fee schedule. I'm asking you to tell me to take audit where they were accused of.
Speaker, you said item number 10. Item number 10. General public comment? Okay, so you have 1 minute for general public comment. Just for the record, LADD item number 10 is a building safety related item. So you have 1 minute, we can start our time at 1, you have 1 minute for general public comment. Go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted the budget committee to ask more questions. Why is it that the DCR is charging social equity operators more than general applicants? Why are we paying $1,683 to send out a gallon? Why are we paying $2,596 for a viral hearing? Please question them. We can manage to reject the fee schedule, the DCR's fee schedule, and block this outrageous fee study. It's time to dismantle the DCR and immediately adopt the Cannabis Equity Reform and Market Stabilization Act. Please make sure to look into what the DCR is doing. It has been corrupt. They have disrupted our lives, and you guys are not asking the thorough questions. Ask why they're charging the fees. Ask for an audit of the Cannabis Equity Grant. Look at the state audit report. Please, we appeal to you all. Thank you.
I hope Sirkai gets up.
Good morning. Which item would you like to speak to? Okay, and before you begin, please lower the microphone.
Antes de comenzar, si puede bajar el micrófono un poquito.
Go ahead, you have 1 minute.
Hola, mi nombre es Aguilar Rivera, vivo en Distrito 9 y estoy hablando con ustedes.
Yes, I am Aguilar Rivera. I live in District 9 for public comment.
Necesito traducción. Quiero que nuestra concejal Lidia introduzca la nueva fórmula de control de renta que sea del 0 al 3%. Es urgente que usted, concejal Lidia, recuerde que los miembros de ACE tomamos cuenta por ustedes, pero recuerden nuestras razones del derecho de los individuos.
Yes, we are urging for Councilwoman Nifty Rahman to introduce the new rent control formula from 0 to 3%. It's urgent for you to remember, Councilwoman, that us, the members of ACE, went door-to-door canvassing for you to be our champion of renters' rights.
Let's go up.
I'm advertising. Smoking scam.
Porque nosotros también hemos tocado puertas por alguno de ellos, como el concejal del Distrito 9, Robin Clark. Nunca ha habido nada. Siempre venimos a
Doesn't give a shout out.
Smoking scam? Yeah.
And we are also talking to all the council members, not just Nifty Rahman. We went door-to-door canvassing for other council members, including the one from my district, District 9, Mr. Curran Price, who has never responded. He's never showing up for anything. He's never done anything to support Larso or other rent control stabilization.
Yo, ahorita, si el gobierno me dijo, me están aumentando el 10%. Soy una madre soltera que vivo con el salario mínimo. Y fíjense ustedes que si no aumentan, no como. Por eso les pido que no tengan corazón y nos ayuden a que parte esta ley que no solamente va a renta.
And where I live, I am facing a 10% rent increase. Please, I'm a single mom. I need to support my kids, and I'm making minimum wage.
She's talking to Hugo. We need to get her to get him in line.
It's not enough to cover my rent, so I'm not really even able to afford food. So please help us with this rent control.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
General public comment.
Okay, speak 1 minute, go ahead.
Hello, city council members. My name is Luis Rivera. I'm a social equity owner and an advocate, and my voice represents hundreds of others here who are not able to be here today or who have already lost their license by cities and streets due to the incompetence of the Los Angeles Cannabis Department. For years, I have faced excessive delays, unclear guidance, and unnecessary financial strain caused by this dysfunctional department. Before the city approves any fee increase, raises any wages, or conducts another lottery, the PCI must fix what is broken. The fee study should have been conducted by an independent third party with input from public license holders, particularly those social equity program. The cannabis department needs to be regulated. We need to lower fees and have a progressive timeline so legal businesses can open stores, employ people, and contribute taxes. We urge you to reject the proposed fee increase until an independent third party is conducting and the city adopts the cannabis equity market stabilization.
Make sure your time is expired. Next speaker.
That's 3 and shrimp, or AKA shrimp curry. I don't have it on. I don't.
Good morning, speaker. You have 3 minutes for the items and 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
All right, thank you very much, ourselves city attorney. Start with item number 36. It's about homeless emergency account. I'm pretty concerned because there's no such thing as homeless
Hold on,
emergency
I'm
account.
trying to get the time up there. Okay, go ahead.
That's for the record, you never get the timer correct. The only job for you is to put the timer correct, and then you never do that
So this
correctly.
is not on the agenda.
Item number 36 is about homeless emergency account. And then how do we deal with homeless emergency accounts? You have to make sure you put the homeless timer emergency account correctly first before you talk about homeless emergency account. Now, on television, on a daily basis, that homeless services continue to fail the audit, continue to fail the annual inspection report. Now, you are talking about homeless emergency account. There's no money in the account. Why? Why is that? Because the money goes to local profit, so-called non-profit, making the largest homeless profit. There's no money because our city attorney put all the money to those illegal immigrants, illegal aliens out there. So there's no such thing as homeless emergency account. Now, let's move on to item number 38. Item number 38 is about multi-family housing bound, talking about $20 million, and then with only to build 64 units. Now I understand why there's no money for homeless, because you are trying to housing 64 homeless people, but with a cost of more than $20 million. Now I understand why the city attorney is getting like a $500,000 annual salary right now on a yearly basis. It's because $20 million you can only house 64 people. In the city of LA, there are more than 100,000 homeless people. And then using the same formula, in order to house 100,000, you need several trillions of dollars. That's the reason why you continue to fail. Item number 39 is about the reward for the unsolved murder. I'm not surprised because our city attorney continue to beef on the police department to give themselves a bigger raise. Now you have 2,000 less IIT officers on the street, and then you want to solve the murder. You have 300 less detectives on the street, and then city attorney wants to solve the murder. You have a budget crisis with the LAPD, and then our city attorney wants to solve the murder. Now I understand we don't need LAPD because LA city attorney continue to ask the public to solve the murder instead of asking the LAPD to do their job to solve the murder. I am so confused that maybe city attorney, you have to go down the street, find the murder yourself if you continue to defund the LAPD. Going to the general public comment is that I'm concerned about the domestic violence sexual assault in the city of Los Angeles, specific about the Casey Ventura, because somehow she wanted millions of money. She voluntarily walked into the Sean Diddy's bedroom. She voluntarily, opened her legs and take off her clothes. And somehow right now she is claiming that's sexual assault. And somehow right now all of a sudden she's claiming that's rape. Somehow right now she's saying that, he does not have my consent. That's not how it works. You are the one who wanted the money. You are the one who wanted the fame. You are the one who wanted to have your celebrity status in the city of LA. And right now you are saying that's why you regret it. That's not how it works. That's why I support Black Lives Matter. That's why I support. We have to make sure free Sean Diddy. He is innocent. Black Lives Matter only.
He's sporting a fresh new coat.
I'd like to call up for names. Julie Vogel, Luis Rivera, June Osborne.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
Sorry, this part's boring.
Sorry, I heard a number of items that I heard actually 29 in public comment, general? Yes. Okay, so 29 is not open for public comment, but you can speak to them in general. So you have 1 minute for general comment.
Thank you. Greetings, Councilman. My name is Matt Sartino of the Western State Partners. I work in the recreation community, and I'm here in support of the Rising Tower Project 29. We're grateful and honored to team up with a responsible developer like Hines Development. You share many of the common goals of the community by hiring safe, responsible contractors that make commitment to the community to create jobs and provide much needed housing. Good jobs.
Nice new haircut.
These are the type of jobs that can start.
They weren't listening. They weren't listening, sadly. Them. Oops. I think my phone's getting overheated. TikTok, I think my phone over here is getting overheated. Probably going to.
Safety that would be incorporated in the environmental litigation. We have to approve this project.
We're going to go over there. What are you doing? I'm going to go over.
Call up for names. Judith Simon, Maria Rodriguez, Christopher Martinez, Karen Yu, Antonio Hernandez.
I want to go see Dusty. Are you going to go to...
They called so many names, not even one name I signed out.
Mine code, they did audit and they did Kirsten Peterson.
Not even one name they signed out. And then I signed out a name without profanity. I don't, it's not like, don't call Herman's name because his name is profanity. I did not use profanity.
No, you never do.
I use regular, random, fake name. Not even one. Not even one.
Well, you've been randomized out. All of it, well...
You can randomize out 1, 2, 3. I got it. That's randomized. When you randomize every single one of
Yeah, because you know what? They probably have the camera on the kiosk. They're probably watching. I don't know why this isn't working. Guys, I don't even know if the...
You need a new screen or whatever.
No, I think it's just getting overheated. All right, so, what was I going to say? I forgot.
That's all right.
They're randomized. Did Bob actually admit that he was not listening? Did he admit to that?
He said he's listening.
Oh, they want to see what your shirt says.
I mean, that's too embarrassing. No.
You weird here. Oh, no.
Too embarrassing.
Let's do it. Okay, guys. Smoke and Scans peeps are asking, so if Smoke and Scan wants to see your shirt,
that's very embarrassing.
Something about something to, come on, don't be so. Okay.
I'm very scared.
Why? Wait, Sergeant Duarte. Wait.
We asked for our council person.
Yeah. You're gonna get me in trouble off of TikTok. That's nasty. I like the one I got you. I like your birthday one better.
suffering.
All right, you gotta see all the nastiness. Where do you get your shirts? I like the color.
You don't remember? I have this last year.
No, I know, but where do you get them? So I want to get some made.
Oh, I thought you got the same one I got. What's that called?
Yeah, but how much do you pay for that?
If you buy one, it's expensive. I put them all together, it's cheaper.
How much is it for one?
If you buy one individually, I believe, including taxes and shipping and everything, just one individually, I believe it's $33.99.
Oh yeah, it's about what I think I paid a little bit
But
more.
the problem is, right here, this one, that's the reason why I ask you if we can have a team t-shirt.
Can you have different words on a different one?
Yes, that's why I'm saying.
Okay.
Because when you buy four,
so you get two and I get two?
When you buy four together, it's approximately 125 each. When you buy three.
Right.
When you buy one, it's
We'll do that.
33. But when you buy four, it's 25.
We'll do that. So he did say that. I couldn't tell if he was saying I was paying attention or wasn't. Yeah, Herman did. Yeah, but he's saying if anyone else wants to speak. And call my name, call my name. Dr. Shenanigans. TikTok, if you can't see me, I don't know what the whole chat thing's like blocking the whole screen.
I'm the member of CIvic Los Angeles and SEIU 731, and I'm the president of
Oh no, sorry, Amy. They asked. I didn't know how bad it was going to be.
The city is facing.
But I don't think kids watch. I don't think they watch, hopefully.
To begin to stabilize over the longer term by funding a study for a public bank for Los Angeles. And so I follow them on council.
If we do the tag team shirts, I'm not going to do anything nasty like that because I don't.
Because there's a significant reduction in homeowner services.
We were just saying we're going to head in the hallway.
Oh, okay.
We need to get like at the very least like the beginnings of who and what George is.
Yeah, he's a fascinating character.
Capping rent at 3% and 60%
Buddy of mine,
CPI.
I asked him out, and he knows about George. I'm like, okay. People
Yeah,
know.
everyone knows from back in the day. I know you're fascinating, but we have a nickname. We call you Doc.
They call him
Well, you know what? I'm happy to run into people that I can start to mentor and pass about my knowledge.
Yeah, we want to know your knowledge, man.
160 years, 7 years of civil rights is going to go to the shit can. And that's the problem. Anybody that's in my position.
Oh, we want to hear from you, like the new crowd. We're going to go out there.
Items 2, 6 through 10, 37, 39, 41, and 42, sir.
Okay, those items are before us. Seeing no speakers on each of those items, let's open the roll. Close the roll and tally the votes.
14 ayes.
Okay, the measure agreed, are approved. What's next?
Next would be item number 4, and that was called special for an amendment, and motion Harris Dawson Fernandez has been submitted and circulated and is before council now.
Okay. That's before us now. Everyone wish to speak? Seeing no members on the queue, let's open the roll.
Yeah, get my charger.
14 ayes.
Yeah.
Next would be
Also had
item
a.
number 5, and that was called special for an amendment, and motion and price for number 10.
Okay, TikTok. So, because TikTok doesn't know, we're introducing TikTok. This is Duarte. You might hear us say Duarte, and this is the Iron Sheik. I don't know. So that's Iron Sheik. That's Duarte. Pedestrian Shrimp, aka Shirt Guy. I don't know why it's not letting me. Oh, there we go. So that's Duarte. Iron Sheik.
please note that 14 has
Because
an
tomorrow,
amendment.
there's either tonight, I think today budget committee is canceled, right? Today?
What meeting?
The budget committee is canceled.
Yeah, but there's 2 meetings today that aren't canceled.
Right, there are two, yeah.
Are you going to stay to both? I don't know how late I can.
I will see. Because I have to go down Figueroa.
Well, for me, I can't recline right now until I get my.
Okay, whatever.
That's the way you look at it.
I don't know, now you confuse me, boy.
I'll
You give me a
have-
headache.
I'll have him text you later.
You give me a headache. Yeah,
Oh, I thought you got. I thought he's having me arrested or having you arrested.
I'll have Officer Duarte text you later. I'll send you.
He'll like that though. He's like, ooh, 24 inches. Just hit me up. Yeah.
For sure. Oh, yeah.
Bye, Iron Cheek. So we're on TikTok now, so you're meeting new people meeting you.
Take care. We'll see you later on.
Alrighty. Glad they called me.
Of course.
I wonder who hooked that up because it looked like they were going to skip me.
I think it was Marco.
Oh, give him a kiss for me. Well, give him a kiss for from 3-inch shrimp, not for me.
33, and that was called special for amendment and motion is Ron Hernandez.
I can't go fast. Oh, Dusty! Dusty! Man, they're really getting bold. Oh, here's Laser Lady. You're late. She's late. You're late. You missed public comment. I need to get my charging on. Where are you? Wait, hold on, let's see.
You're lying.
Thank you.
They cannot compromise this guy.
Thank you.
You know why they put up the 900 grand?
Tell me why.
Because the city attorney is defending, because there's a lawbreaker.
Oh, you said that, you said that.
Bye, Laser Lady. That's Laser Lady. She's cool. She teaches us about all the lasers. Sure. I know what the mayor's because it's horrible around here anyway. So I'm gonna have to start charging up. Yep, he's the man. E.F. Hutton, aka E.F. Hutton. That's E.F. Hutton. Doc, aka E.F. Hutton.
Tell me that I'm taking him down.
I'm amazed that Bob admitted that he wasn't listening to me.
I know.
I thought he was saying he was. They're like, no, hey, how are you?
I've literally caught Bob Blumenfield sleeping so many times. He
I
just straight
know.
crashed out.
But he flat out, I thought he didn't. I thought he was saying, because I'm like, there's no way he said he wasn't listening. So I said, my ears must be tricking me. But like, no, he said he wasn't. So like, dang. I'm going to have to charge up. So you interview and I'm going to sit and watch.
So we
Okay?
basically commandeered this area as ours.
Yeah, he's going to go pretend he's, yeah. Because you can see who comes in and out of the mayor's. Hold on, guys. I'm going to have to put it down just for a second because I got to get my charger out. I'll be back. No, I got one, but thank you. I just got to get it. I believe they didn't.
The Uber Lyft app on your phone?
I may. I don't use it, though, obviously, for obvious reasons.
Okay.
So I don't really, if I have it, so I don't know, probably somebody used it for a friend or something. Why, you need a Uber? You need an Uber, Mike? Huh?
Yeah, I'm thinking to get a ride.
Maybe. Huh?
Thinking to get a ride in June.
In June? Oh, in June I could hook you up. I mean, I thought you meant right this second. Okay. All right, guys. All right. We're back.
Hold on, why you set up the camera for what?
to interview George. He's passing on his knowledge.
Interview. This guy get mad, get angry with everyone.
It's because we want to know. He wants to pass on his wisdom.
Be careful. He may attack the camera.
Okay, hold.
He may
Oh, you know what?
attack the interviewer. Be careful.
Hold on. Let me get my microphone out.
Absolutely. OT level 5 minimum. Oh, you're level 5 minimum Scientology. Minimum level 5.
Never. He would never be Scientology. No, because he believes.
I know more about Scientology than Scientologists do because my
You know more about
Scientology
than Scientology.
He probably does.
My former best friend was his roommate when he's in the
Wait, here. Can you give this? Can you give this to him? Hold on, guys. Can you give this to him?
I want to see if it's.
You're talking with somebody you don't know shit about. Why are people attacking us transgender people?
because you want to talk shit. You ran into the fucking meat grinder, bitch. Why do you think they shit when they see me? Because I'm a meat grinder.
Because you are the supporter of transgender.
I don't give a fucking shit if you're transgender or not, as long as you don't break the law. I don't give a shit what you do.
Everyone was born with the vagina and the penis. Everybody.
You're full of shit.
Everybody.
You're so full of
no
shit, you know.
You guys
Yeah.
You need to admit it.
Let's see your pussy. Only hermaphrodites have dicks and pussies, babe. Nobody else. And have you ever seen pictures of when somebody gets it changed? Have you ever seen a wiener this long hacked off sitting on a table? I have.
I have been to transgender bathroom before. Have you?
I think about any bathroom as that. And I asked a different question. Have you ever seen a big, huge dick and balls off the guy sitting on a table to get a sex change? Have you ever seen that?
You don't need to
You're
change.
afraid to deal with that, boy.
You were born with two genders. There's no need to change. There's no surgery.
You don't have
needed.
two genders.
You
Go talk your shit somewhere else. As I told you, I'm uninterested in your garbage. You wonder why I'm angry? Because I'm sick of people full of shit like you.
Denying the fact that you are a woman. Why you keep denying the fact that you are a woman?
Because I'm not going to toss shit around like you. You're just an ignorant, fucking ideological idiot that thinks he knows shit that doesn't know anything. That's all you are to me. You don't know anything. You've never done anything. You're incapable of doing it.
Stop! You need to stop! I will. He's trying to get a rise out of it. It's no shame, okay? It doesn't matter if you are 0 years old, 1 year old, 8 years old. Eventually, you will realize.
What did I tell you? I don't want to
shame.
talk to you fucking more. Stay out of my fucking life. Talk your shit somewhere else. I'm uninterested.
But you know he's just playing, right?
No, he's not. He's serious. He is this fucked up. No, he is. You don't know enough.
See, you don't know. You don't know enough.
No, I've been around the block enough, baby.
Some people realize they are two genders when they were 1 year old. Some people, they have to wait until they were 75 to realize they were actually equipped with both genders. There's no shame. Nobody are laughing at you. We all support you. We are all.
But you're telling a goddamn lie, so go talk your shit somewhere else.
I respect a 75-year-old.
You can have your fucking opinion. Your opinion doesn't make anything fact because you got fucking opinion. You don't even know how to argue. You're not in support of me in any way, fact, or form, bud. You're just full of shit. And I know it.
the personification of right. Yes.
It's nonsense, it's comedy. Remember he was having my chat all the time thinking that he was really joining Scientology.
Who's that?
Because he was doing it to me to pretend he was like joining Scientology, you know, and my chat like all believed it. He's just like that.
You know why people join religions? Because they're fucked up and they need a daddy to tell them what to do. That's the only reason they do. It's a control mechanism. Daddy tells them what to do. You name me a church where the preacher isn't like a cult leader. Oh, he told us that's what it is. Oh, he knows it all. Yeah. How many preachers do you ever run into that don't have that attitude? Almost none.
Have different angles. This would be like this angle, you have that angle. Isn't there progress up front? He's like, you know, if you take it serious.
What's that?
He's fucking so it's like that's pretty bad. It's once you get to know him, you know. I know we can't wait to hear your.
I'm so sick of bullshit, man. I'm not putting up with it anymore. They put my life on the line too many times to put up with anybody's fucking garbage. So you want to fuck with me? Get ready to get wiped the fuck out.
Is it 2 Z's or 1 Z?
2.
UZZE.
You want to fuck with the devil? Come on down.
Did you say like your phone number has 666?
No shit, sure does. I got the 666. You got it.
I don't think it's the devil. I think it's an angel. He's an angel.
You know, they call me the devil, so I got his number. Look at the funny shit that's been happening lately.
No, I think you're. No, I'm glad you're.
Are they picking you up?
Are you picking up the sound, guys? Like, well, any other one? Hey, how you doing?
You know what we just did? We got directly into the judge and to the White House now with homelessness. I set that up. So I'm going to put up with that guy's shit.
Yes. All right.
It's already on its way to him too. I don't fuck around.
I'm live on my channel, and I wanted to participate specifically because of the Olympic Games, and it's literally shining a light on him. He is the holy figure that LA needs.
No, I'm not a holy figure. I'm just a truth sayer that has a hell of a lot of experience. That's all it is.
You need to find these products, please. Just like you have to check again.
You're getting the fuck out of here if you're not.
Take your hand. Come on. All right. This. I gave you a chance. I did it. I did it for 2 hours. That's it. Very, very quick. Then when people need to know. All right.
Okay, I got mine running. Yeah, I got mine running. Okay, yeah.
All right,
okay,
so,
go.
So, people have heard about who George Rossetti is, but I don't think people really understand who George Rossetti is. And what I wanted to ask is, how did you ever get involved with any of the city government of Los Angeles in tackling the wrongdoings? What actually got you to start? What's your origin story on getting involved in all that?
I'm going to take you back 50 years of how this all started. Originally in music, me and musician friends of mine did a lot of experiments with music when they played at frat parties and I bounced. And we wanted to see if we could get music to affect how people acted. And we did purposeful experiments and we found that we could keep people from fighting And the college people reacted really well because they could party till 2 o'clock and all the rest of them got shut down at 10. So it turned out to where I never had to stop a fight. People stopped the fight so they could keep partying. Then I moved to San Diego, up on the top of Palomar, and a guru tried to take over the mountain where I lived. Well, that was a big damn mistake, and I got my hands on his book where he said he wanted to take over the mountain. Well, I took on 3 gurus as a and destroyed cults. I learned a lot about their personalities. I turned that guru into a drug addict and isolation.
Who was that?
That was Ramakrishnananda, Graham V. Ledgewood from the Spiritual World Society. The other one was Donato of Morning Land. If you all remember Doe of Heaven's Gate, do you remember the guy with the 27 Nike shoe guys?
Oh, yeah.
I own his magic chair. My friends made the chair for Donato, and Donato and Doe of Heaven's Gate used to sit in it and think that they got the power of the universe, you know, the force? Well, they believe that shit. So Donato gets all his friends out there at what are these religious deals, right? Where you get your top devotees, and he says, I'm gonna die, and then I'm gonna transport. You remember how on Star Trek they would transport and dissolve? Well, he convinced these people that was gonna happen. Well, the fucker dies. And guess what? He just laid on the ground and didn't transport. So after about a half an hour to 45 minutes, they had to call the meat wagon. Then they did, I remember Aaron Bronkovich, the lawyer of that. Well, back then he was a private investigator. So they hired him and they found out that this guru was really selling a lot of psychedelics and shit. So about a month after the guru kills himself, we're at a party up at Palomar getting loaded and drinking and shit. And I traded a stained glass window for that chair and later traded back, I don't remember what, and I got the window back. And the reason I got that chair is I know what people do with that kind of stuff because I know what happened with the cult murder of Matamoros when they got their hands on his magic pot. It went to the Federales witch doctor. Because when people die over this stuff, that becomes power, baby.
Is it fair to say that you worked for the CIA then?
No, I'm on my own operator, but I have worked national security before. My first job was at 18, being the only youth allowed to work on the SR-71 when it was still top secret on one of the hottest parts of the plane. The section over the hot section of the motor ran at 600 to 800 degrees normally. That's what I got trained on. I became quite a wizard in aerospace. But then it changed and it became just the corporate crap that everything is now, so I got the hell out of that.
Was that in LA?
That was in San Diego down there. And I traveled a lot. I was a hot shot, you know. They'd send us wherever because we could walk in and just take over the place. We had the highest level crew you'd ever seen before. And then I moved up to Palomar and this guru tried to take over. So, and then I had friends involved in cults in Hawaii. That guy was George Doobie. He was infamous in Interpol. In fact, when his wife killed him in Thailand, in a restaurant with everybody watching. They put capital crimes down there. This guy was so infamous, she only got 3 years, not murder. She didn't get the death penalty, which is amazing.
Did you ever grow up around the LA area?
I grew up in the Valley, yeah. I grew up like the way people see the Valley in movies. We had a horse, a pool. My parents had 11 kids, sent them to private school, had a cabin in the mountains, you know. Everybody skied but me because I was busy partying when they go skiing. Shit, man, we had the house, you know. But then when I moved back to LA, I moved in with a girlfriend, and her son went to Bellflower, started at Bellflower High School. And I moved in with her about when school started. And the first week I see him coming home and there's no books. And I'm going, well, you know, it's the start of school. Maybe there's no books. And after the second week, I said, hey, Mike, what's up with books? He said, we don't have any books to bring home. You seen that cartoon with the guy shooting stuff out his ear? That was me, baby, because I didn't go to public school. I had a real education. And I know damn good and well you can't learn nothing unless you can go home and study. So I went ballistic.
Is that how you got started with?
That's how I got started in LA. Yeah. So my girlfriend and I, we went to a school board meeting. First, she went to parents' night, okay? And she brought this up with the teacher, and the teacher said, well, why don't you go to a school board meeting? And we went, okay, well, let's go. So we both spoke. And unlike LA Unified, you're going to love this. The board stopped as soon as we talked about no books, okay? I want to give you a difference between a place that doesn't have a lot of money, that tries to operate properly, and this trash pit. So they just stopped the meeting for about 10 or 15 minutes, have this discussion in which they go, we have to get these books. We don't have much money. So we're going to buy them used. We're going to do it ourselves. We're not going to go through a middleman so we can get as much for our money as we can. And within a month, they have the damn books. So then somebody says, well, why don't you go look at the county annual financial reports? Well, Bellflower's right by the County Office of Education. So I go over and I buy one of these big old fat books because there was no internet back then, okay? You had to go buy stuff. Well, I ended up buying the manuals for all the school districts in almost every county in California. And these fuckers are telling you that little kids are getting funded evilly, and I'm going, bullshit, you bunch of liars. It's so dramatically different, you can't believe it. So I started analyzing all this stuff. And I started having to learn how to read budgets. Right now, I've been through maybe 150 school budgets across the United States. And what I've learned is all these fucking people that tell you they're experts, like the head of these unions and assholes, like these assholes that come in here, they don't know shit. Whether it's government or schools, if you don't know the money, you don't know anything, because you can't take care of anything unless you know the money. They tell you how they're screwing you, but nobody reads the damn budgets. It's the key. These people that were here on the housing. Just like SEIU, they were getting scammed by their leadership. They had no business being down here without studying how this works and why their rents are high. And it's very simple. Let's just go on that point to the agenda item today, where they're saying we're going to look for housing for homeless at $15,560. They've been building for $600,000 to $800,000 a unit, okay? Last night I took the old calculator in the computer because it does billions of dollars, your normal one doesn't. And I started dividing this stuff. So I divided 600,000 by 15,560. It goes in 34.5 times. I divided it into 800,000. It goes in 54 times. That means that if they'd have been buying this housing for what I gave them the cost 7 years ago, 6 years ago, we housed all the homeless. And we wouldn't be over budget. And what do we find them doing now? They're writing these bonds that are non-voter approved without legally providing how they're going to pay them off as demanded by the state. They started giving us shit. Well, what was in that handout I gave them? The page from the state organization responsible for bonds that says you have to supply this information. Well, why do you think the city attorney is now paying $900,000 for an outside attorney? No, it's because the city attorney is now a defendant because of what we've done. Because they're a part of the criminal activity, because who's advising city council? And because they're a joint powers authority, when it's city council, it's also the board of supervisors. And who else is involved? LADA, city attorney. Who else is involved? Damn, the superior court system. Oh, who's the head of the superior court system? The presiding judge, Tapia II. And what did Tapia II write me back? We don't give a shit about the law or what judges' rules are.
When did he do
I
that?
got a whole, recently, I got one from the Attorney General stating it's not my job to do what the Constitution says his job is. I got one from Holly Mitchell when she was state senator, Karen Bass when she was congresswoman. George Bazzetti's issues are so serious federally, Karen Bass, go get these into the feds. Within an hour of that email going out, somebody got to them, and 7 years later, they won't do a thing. Like with my elder abuse. They tell me I have the worst case of elder abuse they've ever seen. I almost died twice in the last 2 years because the doctor's lying to me. I ended up in an ICU for 5 days with 600 pages of medical documents for 5 days. That's not elder abuse. No. Fuck you. 9 doctors have illegally abandoned me when I need a goddamn kidney taken out. And the fucking fools gave me a serious staph lung infection that's been purposely untreated and lied to me about the results of tests over the last 7 years. Well, I almost puke every morning from coughing and can't have the kidney taken out because if I'm coughing, I'm going to break loose the thing, and because they gave me low blood platelets, I'll bleed to death. I've been in the damn emergency room 5 times in the last 6 weeks. They had me ready for a transfusion the last time. Now this is getting to be absurd because I try to stop fraud by doing the work nobody else does. Who else is doing this financial work? You name me another person, you don't do it. You name me another person that has the goddamn homeless budget and analyzed it. Do you know that they've budgeted to steal 500 people's properties with eminent domain?
I believe it. And that's Karen Price's wife's job. She comes in and helps the community.
I have that because I've been in court with my friend, and the legal arguments I prepared for her for the judge got used again with the LA Times when they did the story on the former receiver. Remember the guy who was running the receiver for the homeless stuff, how we got rid of him? That's because of Mary Jacobs and me. And then I get a call that she died from fentanyl overdose. They found her in the goddamn hall. I got multiple friends that are dead because of these fucking people. I want their ass, but there's only one way you take these people down. You follow the law. You cannot win if you do not follow the law. You can play all these stupid games you want. You think you won, but you never won because you become them when you break it. So if you're bitching about people breaking the law, you go do it yourself. Go spank yourself and go die. That's what I say. You're a worthless pile of trash. You either believe this shit or you don't. And we either make it a lawful society or we're going to be fucked. I suggest everybody go read Suetonius, the 12 emperors. Suetonius. He was a Roman historian who had access through the emperor to the imperial archives, and he wrote the story from Julius Caesar, the destruction of the Republic, how this all happened. What we're watching right now. What we're watching right now is exactly what happened and how Julius Caesar broke the Republic in Rome. It's all the same game. Hitler used the same program. Mussolini used the same program. And what we have here is a hybrid of Mussolini, Hitler, Stalin, Mao, and the Kims of North Korea, if you really look at this. If you know your history.
What do you think?
And if you know your history, you'll also know how all empires crash. And you'll also know that empires normally last about 250 to 280 years. And what date are we coming up on now in the US? Y250. Now, what kind of sick public? This country is fucked for a long time. Because everybody knows politicians are fucked up. But when you have more than half of your voting public that's also sick, you got a sick society, baby. You think anybody's going to trust this shithole again after this? No way. The reason I take this shit is because I know that if I don't take this shit, they're going to take every bit of my credibility and dump it in the trash can.
What's Y250? That's the question.
Y250?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Oh, it's like, because you said it's Y250. Can you explain that?
Oh, year 250. 250.
Oh, 250 to 280 years is about the average life through the last 5,000 years of any empire. Because it all comes down to the billionaires. Let's go back to ancient Roman Crassus, okay?
You're saying America's been here for 250 years.
Yeah, it's time for us to crash through corruption because it's always the same. The people get soft, the billionaires take over. Do you remember that guy named Crassus of Rome?
Who is Crassus of Rome?
He was the Elon Musk of that time. He was the richest fucker there was. But in Rome, you had to have military conquest. So he decided he was going to go fuck the Parthians, who are really some nasty ass people, okay? Oh, did he fuck them? So the Parthians catch him alive. And what do? Because they know he's this money guy. Why, they strap him down, pull his mouth open, boil up a bunch of gold, and while he's alive, they pour it down his throat.
That's where that movie is from, where...
It's a famous story, right?
Yeah.
It's real. So just so, because people are asking, so what you're saying is that we're as a nation, we've been 250 years, so we're at the end. It's like
we either change our ways or we're going down hard.
Like the Roman Empire.
And we ain't got no friends. Russia ain't our friend. China ain't our friend. North Korea ain't our friend. They're loving this shit. We're in deep shit. So luckily, we've made some contacts recently. They're going to put an end to this to the highest level. I'm not going to say what it is on this, but it's happened. And that's why I'm not giving them any more documents right now.
So you think there's help coming from it?
I know there is. Big time. Something they can't deal with.
Okay.
Oh, it's, he knows what it is. It's so far over their head, there ain't nothing they can do. It's already a done deal.
What are your thoughts on people that hold out hope for the federal government? Because everybody understands when the city and state fail, as far as a lawful society, the federal government truly is the only.
As long as Trumplers in there, forget the federal government.
But even without Trump, for example, what do you think about it as an institution? And I ask that because
until the Democrats stop being as corrupt as the Republicans, see, here's the problem. I'm going to tell you why Trump got in. And think about this psychologically. People hate liars. Trump is the biggest piece of shit that ever lived, okay, in our history. But he didn't tell a lie about that he's a piece of shit. He told us, right, I'm going to be a fucking bitch, and I'm going to do you a job, and I'm telling you so. And the Democrats, these Democrats here are worse than Trump. And you know why they are? Because they tell you they love you, but they're fucking you like he is. So that's why he won. If people knew what I know, they'd know why they're doing this.
you mean
These fucks don't want people to know. And these leaders of all these groups, their whole reality is tied up with the income from the state and county and city. For instance, go look at everybody who's on the Sheriff's Citizens Advisory Committee. Go look up who they are.
the Civilian Oversight Commission?
Yes.
Okay. One guy used
And
to be
I'm saying this as an invited partner of the original Citizens Advisory Board, who worked with Baca for 8 years on legislation, me and Celeste King IV, the only ones allowed to do that. We held our meetings in the hood at churches where they trusted the pastor, where there was parking right there, where nobody was afraid to go, without masked pigs afraid of the public there, with at least 2 to 3 top undersheriffs there every time. And I videoed those meetings and loaded them on YouTube so everybody can go see this is how they're operated. You can come and have an effect with the top level sheriff. And that's how they were run. Now these new guys, because I asked them, they don't even know that there was a previous one. They don't know that Chemerinsky formed this one. They don't know who paid him, which was the county and sheriffs. And they don't know that I went to Chemerinsky about being a former invited partner to give him some advice, and he told me to fuck myself. Now, he did this down at what is UCI, University of California, Irvine. They bribed that motherfucker to come from the East Coast and spent a fortune to set up a law thing for him. As soon as he does this, what the hell do you think he does? Screw you, I got a better job up at Stanford. Just like our former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. When this Girardi shit hit, because the Supreme Court runs the state bar, the Judicial Performance Commission, they're the ones responsible for this problem. What does she do? She retires so she can keep her retirement pay because she was going down. We've been through this before with Richard Fine, who they put into solitary confinement for 18 months. And when I went to his offices, he had a whole floor of a high-rise in Century City, and he was a consul general for Norway. They did that to that guy. When the judge let him out, the very next day, the judge resigned so he could keep his goddamn retirement. That's how I know how this game works. This is what happens when you put in 50 years into this. You see enough shit that nobody's really fooling you.
People are asking, were you ever a lawyer?
No, I just fuck lawyers and judges.
Eats them for breakfast, or
I eat them for breakfast. You know, I find it absolutely astoundingly so ridiculous that I'm telling judges and lawyers what the fuck is going on and advising inmates. When they throw me, and I've been the oldest person in the Twin Towers twice at 67 and 72. And I didn't know that I was as well known as I was until I got in the Twin Towers. I'm in the damn cage and they know who the hell I am.
People were asking, have you ever been thrown in a cage for all this shit?
I have the world record in the cage at 36 hours or more.
Would you call yourself a jailhouse lawyer?
Well, both times, all I did was teach everybody evidence law and saved hundreds of cases, including a murder one.
You might know more law than some of the lawyers, right?
Well, I can tell you what the inmates said when they came back from seeing their lawyers after I gave them the evidence law.
You did better than the lawyers.
The first thing I would ask them is, what was the look on their face? Shock. Then the next question was, what happened to your case? Dramatically changed. Oh, gee, they had to supply the evidence. I want everybody to understand this. Do you know how many arrests LAPD alone has made since the 2003 city charter? Over 8 million, 6 million of them misdemeanors. Section 271 of the 2003 LA City Charter says, any misdemeanor committed inside of the city of LA is to only be prosecuted by the city attorney, and that's on the city attorney and LADA's website.
They wobble them up.
But it's not a wobbler, it's an illegal prosecution because they did that to me. And then when I'm in the jail, I'm asking the inmates, and 100% they're telling me I got a misdemeanor and it's the DA prosecuting me. And on the outside, the parking lot on the street, I'm getting the same answer. So I'm assuming that we got millions of them.
Yeah.
And since they kept,
call it a wobbler.
they're not wobblers.
But they say it though.
It's not a wobbler.
Hate crime too.
No.
You gotta be specific with the language of what it is and don't intermix the stuff. This is how they take you on a ride.
Yes.
People don't want to deal with facts the way that they really are. It's not a wobbler. That's when you decide you're gonna charge this or that. When you're charged with a misdemeanor, they automatically, if it's committed inside the city of LA, the DA cannot touch it. But they give it to the DA.
Can you explain that process of how, like, what is the process? Because that's the confusing part for me.
What?
Is how does the DA justify taking the misdemeanor? Like, what is that process of getting from the city attorney who's supposed to be doing it, and now it's without being a felony? Like, how does what's that?
How do they do that?
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
Well, here's what's twisted about the whole thing. These two agencies have been at war with each other over budget and authority because they're building kingdoms, okay? So the question is, why is the city attorney giving this to the DA? What is the dirty deal going on? Now, what I forgot to ask this stupid ass city attorney today, are you guys aware that I gave him a public information request a couple of weeks ago? Well, the time is up for them to respond. They're not going to respond. The last three presiding judges won't respond. The BOS won't respond. LA Unified won't respond. And they're all breaking the fucking law. Because when you see my questions, oh, I wouldn't respond to that shit either.
Can you give a sample of what you asked? Because I love CPR.
Oh, for instance, why are you allowing the city attorney to prosecute misdemeanors? I mean, the LADA. Really simple, stupid shit. Because if you listen to me, I ask simple, stupid questions.
But they're brilliant, right? Because that's a good question.
Because that's how you get people to understand shit. Like math. When you see me running heavy math on billions of dollars, You don't hear me using complex formulas and shit. I'll give you a perfect example. When we got called over by the east side because of the problems with Roosevelt High, remember they had all those principals over there? They had 9 principals. Well, we got a call, and we went over. And we found out how crooked all this shit is being run. See, the stupid fucks, I put in a public information request. This is probably why they stopped me on it. And they sent me everything on class, including every F of every student. Well, I happen to know a teacher that spent 20 years over at Roosevelt. So he analyzed that shit while I did the money. Well, we stopped him at Santee from stealing the student funds because the students asked me to teach them how to analyze budgets, which I did. I said, this is a good way for you to learn practical math, right? And protect you and your siblings coming up.
People are asking, did you ever go to school for any of this?
No, I'm self-taught. And it takes a long time to learn it. Budgets is the hardest thing to learn. They do it in so many different forms, and that's the advantage of having done 150, 200 different budgets from across the country. Because it takes a long time to learn what are the important numbers and how do you find them. Like LA Unified's budget can be 700, 800 pages. Now, all the information is in there, but they don't give it to you in the form that it's meaningful. I'll give you for instance. Here's what I caught LA Unified with. This is going to blow your friggin' mind. I did a 20-year spreadsheet on them. And what I found out is they got more money than they say. I also caught them lying to the state. Because what I did is I took their budget, the big thick one, and then they give that to the county, a different one than they have. And the county gives the different one to the state. The state puts the different one on their website.
How did they reconcile the differences where?
Nobody looks except me.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the first audit. That reconciliation is the first thing that I want.
I do the dumbest shit, ask the dumbest questions, keep it as simple and stupid and dumb as you can get, because that's how you get to the bottom. So here's the game. There's a number called enrollment. So if you have a kid, you go to school before school starts to enroll your kid. That says, my kid thinks they're going to go to school, okay? But I'm enrolling them because I think they're going to go. Doesn't mean they show up. But you're a number, okay? They're paid on what's called average daily attendance, ADA. Okay? So your kid has to be in the class where they run enrollment for the day. The state pays for every student in school that day per day. That ends up being a total aggregated number at the end of the year, okay? So they can't cheat on the ADA, in other words, what they pay, because then they'd be going to prison. What they do is they lie about the enrollment number. So what I found for 6 years is they would put an enrollment number that would show maybe 5%, 4% truant, when it was actually 28 to 30%. LA Unified now has 300,000 students that are on the street becoming criminals, not in school, and they're all the low performers. And they can't even raise their scores when they have the high performers left. Now, if you read the paper just recently in the last day or so, there's a whole bunch of the wealthy schools that have a lot of empty seats, but they're not letting kids from low income go to these better schools. Now, what the fuck are they passing a $9 billion construction bond for when they can't even put kids in the classrooms they got? We brought in the world experts when they put in those air conditioners. I mean the top guys on the planet, because that's what we always do. We get those guys.
At the school districts?
We got the top air conditioning audio guys on the planet. Actually tested their classrooms against all advice. They put in the ones that would break down, were so noisy, kids can't learn. Okay? We even have board members walking into these rooms with my friend who was really on this like flies on shit. And they're telling him, we can't even hear ourselves talk. Well, how the hell are kids supposed to learn if they can't hear the teacher can't hear them, and they can't hear each other? Then these fucking things break down. Now, here's the funny part of this. One of the companies that came after my friend, Bard, they got woke up. They started talking to their worldwide clients. So one day we get a call from our friends that were very disgusted because LA Unified wouldn't do anything about this, and guess what they said? Bard can't supply enough of their new quiet air conditioner. It's all because of use. Now, they shit all over him. They tried to take his house. They put him into some of the most serious depression you've ever seen. It's fucking ugly. But we won. Just recently, he didn't sleep for 5 nights because of this depression. And I've been living with him with this because of what they did for 25 years. I want their ass. And not just to get it, because of what they're doing. Not just to him,
What did they
but
sue
to so many others.
What did they sue him for? What was the claim they made?
What they did is they bought off his attorney. His attorney told him he didn't need to go to a hearing, that he was covered. And they told him, you go take care of your district business. The attorneys didn't show up, and they put it on him. Then he had 13 of the largest construction management firms on the planet, not here, on the planet. And the construction guys that control all construction out of Orange County for Southern California, they got in and went after him. We caught the judge erasing a transcript. Now I figured out how to go back and prove it. I didn't know how to do it then, but I know how to do it now, and I'll tell you how.
Okay, so don't do it though, or is it too late?
Here's for everybody. If you think your transcript's been cut, you know that piece of paper they put in that machine that they type on, people? If that's been cut, you got it. So, if it hasn't been cut, it's still there, which means they scammed us. And if it's cut, they scammed us anyways. They're fucked either way. But do these people, okay, it's a continuous piece of paper, it folds. One folds on another like this. So when they type, you have a continuous piece of paper that comes out of the transcriber machine, okay, for the transcriber. And another interesting thing, you know how it's all electronic, right? Well, just before this came out, I had worked out to do that, and I had a friend, and he'd gotten all the venture capital for us to create that machine. And then I read Time magazine, and I read that somebody had just done it, and I shit my pants.
You mean build the transcribing machine they use?
I came up with it at the same time they beat me to the punch. We even had the venture capital.
What would you have called it? I know they
Didn't know, didn't care, it didn't matter, just make it happen because there's money. I've invented several things. Glass cutting machines. I invented some shit at Lockheed that 10 months later I saw millions of out there. All I got is a letter. You ever seen Teflon tip clamps?
Yes.
That's me.
Interesting. In what?
Gave it to Lockheed.
What sort of plants? To hold?
So they don't mark metal. When you're clamping metal, building planes, you always had to create something. Well, not with a Teflon tip on it.
You were with Lockheed and the Valley. Did you by any chance know a Gary Henderson or Henderson? Henderson.
What did he do?
He worked for Lockheed with the airlines, but he was a gadfly too. And he used to bring he would for a parking ticket. He would subpoena all of LAPD all the way up to captain.
No, I
He's
wasn't
your kind of
involved in
guy.
that. No. But my dad was
He was
Kelly
a car
Johnson's
guy.
flight test engineer from 1936.
He used to paint the plane. That's what he did. He painted.
No, I never knew those guys.
Okay, but I thought Valley. I thought maybe you know. Okay.
But my dad was a major domo there. In fact, they call him at Lockheed, Boeing, and Hughes. My dad is known as an icon of engineering. One of the top motherfuckers that ever existed on the planet.
Who's your father?
Charles Bazzetti. He's one of the nicest.
That's why he's got that brain.
One of the nicest people you ever meet. He's not like me. No, he was a really nice guy. But then he didn't go through the shit that I went through, you know?
It was a different world back then.
And it was a different world, you know? I got out of aerospace because it changed from a nice situation. To give you an idea, the old Lockheed, before it became corporate, every Christmas they would rent the big hall at the Burbank Park, and they bring in a couple of semis loaded with really nice toys. Every person at Lockheed who had a kid, bring your family. Santa Claus was there. Get a picture with Santa Claus. Every kid got a fucking really nice toy. Once a year, Lockheed would rent Disneyland only for Lockheed employees. You get a big discount to go there. How else would 13 people go? Okay, you know what it costs to take 11 kids to Disneyland? Whew. So that's how we got to go to Disneyland every year. But when the corporate bitches took over, fuck you. So at a point, I just got out. When I left, I had two of the main guys in the building chase me to my car, offering me anything. I said, fuck you. Because I'd started working in stained glass and I was working 16 hours a day, and it was like, fuck this. I want to control my own life. And I'm free doing this. See, you can't do this work unless you're like me and my friend I live with. He inherited. Okay? Couldn't touch him. My business was to the wealthiest people in the world with Tiffany lamps and shit who would pass as originals at auction. My business was with New York antique dealers dealing worldwide and supplying the parts for original Tiffany's. So they couldn't touch my business. But if you're a normal guy who has a regular job and a wife and kids, you can't do this. You won't have your family. They'll take everything from you. All you got to do is look at what they've done to me and my friend, and how they killed Celeste King IV by making sure he didn't have his heart thing, which is how they tried to take me out originally.
Did you say Sylvester?
Celeste King IV.
Celeste.
Celeste, Celes. There's 4 Celeste Kings. It's the only family in the history of man that for 117 years continued civil rights from 1898.
Wow.
Celeste King III, who founded Cork, California, was the most famous Tuskegee Airman. I was at the last reunion. Celeste said, they won't start the meeting unless I come. I'm going, yeah, Celeste, but can I go with you? Yeah. Well, we're outside, we're watching Tom Cruise overflying his P-51, you know, and then when we walked in the door, The minute we walked into that doorway, I watched everyone in that room turn and look at him, and I went, fuck me, it's real. So the only white people at the reunion were me, a guy who worked where they have all the Tuskegee Airmen shit, and the bomber pilots they saved. Do you know the story about that? You're gonna love this. The bomber pilots flying out of Italy, where the Tuskegee Airmen were a bunch of white racist Southerners. And they were really itchy about these black dudes protecting them until they started coming back alive, okay? And one time when they're flying back, weather fucks up the field they got to go to, so they got to spend a week with the Tuskegee Airmen where they had an isolated base. Well, they thought those guys were just a bunch of black nerds, right? Well, they spent a week with them, and they're the guys that are saving them, and suddenly they became really tight. What a thrill to see those guys there, and I'm telling you, I am very seldom awed. I was blown away being with these people, and I got
What
to
year was this, like about?
probably 10 years or more ago.
Oh, okay.
It's the last time they ever got together. They're pretty much all dead now.
That's amazing. That's pretty incredible.
So you'll love this story about one of them. So I get a chance to ask. They have this guy up there, and he's the first African American ever allowed to fly a jet in combat for the U.S. right in Korea. And it ended up being in Korea. So I asked him, "Can you tell me the difference in your strategy between fighting the Nazis in Europe and the Chinese and North Koreans in Korea?" You're gonna love the answer. He said, "It's just a plane. Shoot it down." You should have heard the fucking place laugh. Is there a better answer? You're laughing, right? You get it?
I get it.
Is that good?
It's a good, damn good answer.
I mean, we were rolling, laughing. I mean, what a privilege to be with these people that are real heroes, man. Because Celeste King III was involved in, because he was best friends with the guy who ran the Air Force. Okay? And he was involved in our servicemen being treated equally starting in '48. He was also, as a black man, an advisor to Eisenhower, Nixon, and Reagan. His wife, under Reagan, was U.S. Representative for Women worldwide. They had Gaddafi at their house for a party before he took over Libya. And through that, when he died, we had 3 or 4 African countries and several Caribbean countries. We had an open invitation to go there and help him. We were in the middle of a new financing for housing, financed with $500 billion of startup cash from insurance companies when he died, where you didn't need credit, just ability to pay. And you had to put it into a trust. And the only way they could pull this off was Celeste was the only one with the connections federally and statewide to pull everything off, including the Cayman Islands. Because this guy knew every fucking buddy. What some of us think is, he purposely didn't tell me some things, and that's probably why I'm still alive, because as soon as he died, everything went to hell. Everybody I'd worked with turned out to be the enemy. My family told me to die. People who were my friends told me to die. I started getting charged with illegal charges. One time they threw me in the Twin Towers. They threw me with over 100 gangsters to be beaten to death. The fucking sheriffs are sitting at the window.
In LA?
Yeah, here in the Twin Towers. Waiting to see the action. But you're gonna love what happened. This 6 leaders stand up and go, George, come and talk with us. I didn't say anything, but I'm going in my head, how the fuck do you guys know me? So I walk over and go, hey, well, what's up, dudes? Well, they tell me that they're basically having trouble with evidence. So while the pigs are watching, I don't get beat to death. I teach all these inmates evidence code. And then they can't take that any longer, so they throw me in with the white guys. Well, guess who the white guys were? The only other white guys in there were heroin addicts from Skid Row. And amazingly, that cell was 10 degrees warmer. I'm serious. I mean, Celeste told me, because he'd been in federal prison a bunch of times. You know, we're pretty experienced motherfuckers, okay? Way more than you could ever imagine. George, you really need some time in jail so you know why you're doing what you're doing. Oh, Celeste, But you know what? It wasn't until after I got out the second time that I went, you know what? You really knew what the fuck you were talking about, bud. Because since I spent time in jail, I really understand a hell of a lot more about why I do what I do. Because one of the things that I ran into in there is these inmates, 25 to 30. Let me run down some stats for you. 8 million arrests since 2003. There's 4 million residents in the city of LA. That means every elderly person and every little baby essentially was arrested twice. Do you understand what I'm saying? And it's to one very small group of people, because I met too many guys, 25 or so, who've been in there 20, 25 times already. None of them ever had their evidence. None of them ever had procedure right. Illegal prosecutors. And they didn't know till I taught them.
So
Well, I know how it works in the jail, because when they start sending these guys through there, they start telling other people. Right?
So when you're saying with the evidence, you're saying that their lawyers aren't like making the prosecutor
They're
do their
public
job
defenders, and
correctly.
they did to them what they did to me. They lie.
Okay.
They just lie. I gotta go home.
You want to do the least amount?
It's,
Or so you talk all you want.
this thing is just so corrupt, so nasty.
Well, one of the things you mentioned, and I found very interesting.
Yeah.
You said, yes, it's bad, but the silver lining, interestingly enough, is that their not just livelihood, but their entire life is tied up in state money.
These outside nonprofits and such.
Not just that, but even city officials is tied into.
Every worker.
Yes.
Every outside agency. Like I was starting to tell you, go into the Citizens Oversight Committee. Go look at who the fuck they are. Not one of them has worked in the hood unless they're making money from these guys. Now, whose ass do you have to kiss if your whole life depends on them? Why do you think Core California and George Bazzetti never took outside money? Do you know how we work legislate? Do you know why we could do things that legislators couldn't do? Because we're the only ones not paid by somebody and had actual expertise and knowledge of the subject and weren't preferred by anyone.
That is rare, for sure, these days.
We could go into Democrats and Republicans with credibility.
They all need like the NASCAR jackets to see who's sponsoring.
Do you know we were spending out of our pocket to do this? Celeste was driving 100,000 miles a year, spending 3 days a week for 8 years in Sacramento every fucking week. That's where we were coming from.
Sounds a
Do you
lot
know
like us
anybody
today.
else that'd do that unless somebody's porking them? No way. And then what are they going to do? The people that are porking them, that's the message they're going to spread, not the one they got. Or you got no more. Like one of the guys that was with us, a Hispanic dude. As soon as Celeste died, he told me to fuck off so he could keep his jobs. So he could bullshit everybody. How do you think I got SEIU $15 an hour? I organized them while I was locked up in the mental hospital. Okay? And then a friend of mine right in front of the Board of Supervisors and said, "What do you got George Bazzetti in there for, 10:30 in the morning?" Well, judges are telling me you're never going to see the outside of a mental hospital for the rest of your life. And at 3:30 that afternoon, a new shrink comes and says, "How would you like to go home tomorrow?" Well, where do you think I was the very next Board of Supervisors meeting? Down there with the budget book showing them $800 million they got. Well, their leadership lied to them like these leadership lied to these people in here. How do they not know that it's linked, what the shit costs to make is directly linked into everything? Do you know what the biggest problem is with the homeless game? Listen to this. We spoke on that issue of $15,560 per unit, right?
Right.
Well, those people today didn't understand that if it costs that much, what's the payment per month next to 54 times more? By agreement with the developers are guaranteed a profit, which means that money has to be covered plus a piece for profit, right? Who's paying for that?
It's getting subsidized.
Over 50 fucking years. At what increased rate?
Yep.
So those people, and that guy was so fucking brain dead that I was talking to. No wonder I got pissed off at him. Do you know what he told me?
Pumpkinhead.
He said,
Yeah, Pumpkinhead was
"It's not linked what I pay in rent to what it costs the man to put up the unit." Oh, really, fuckhead? You mean to tell me that when you go to Motel 5 or 6, you're paying the same as in a 5-star hotel? I don't think
in the
so.
homeless area, yeah, in that arena, they did during COVID.
But they're building for homeless at $1,000 a foot, which is what it takes
Yeah.
for a 5-star. Now, how do you tell a working person you're going to give a luxury unit to a guy who doesn't work? No. Do they deserve a place to live? Yeah. At 125 square feet? No, they deserve more than that. And we can give it to them if they buy the right thing. Which this issue wouldn't be here unless we'd been beating the fuck out of them. You see, they got a lesson in that federal court last Thursday. Let's go into why Karen Bass and Marchese, that bitch that runs city council, didn't show up. But Barger did, because the judge pointed it out.
Barger seems to be the only one that's maybe decent. I don't know.
What was
Algae's
the what
still
was
not
the
decent either?
what was the case?
I could tell you some stories I'm not going to put on this.
What was the case that you were talking about? The case of Barger. What was the case name? Something.
She's
something.
my supervisor. Oh man.
No, you're asking, no,
The
she's
federal-
a
the
piece
federal
of
case.
shit.
No, the federal case.
Oh, what I was talking about is Barger was there because she knew that the judge wanted to do a deal because there was a deadline of the 30th. If that gets passed, there's a potential that judge could be taken off the case. So the reason that Bass and Marchese didn't show up is an attempt to delay it some because they couldn't do the deal with Barger as their joint powers authority, right? If they're not there with the judge. Well, the judge knew they were doing this, and he put his foot down on it hard. Now, who did I sit with? Not just for fun. It's been so long since I've been to the Board of Supervisors. I feel stupid. I forgot who Barger was. I remembered, I thought that she was somebody different than that. But I was wondering, well, why won't she look my way? Until I heard her name called and I went, oh, that's why she did that when I walked in the room. And then she sees me sit with all her lots of people. So she's going in her schemy little brain, correct. He's listening to all this shit, but what she doesn't also know is I'm telling him what I got on him. And I'm telling those people straight, looking them in the eye like I do with the gurus, you are fucked. You are finished. Do you understand? I got the goods on you.
Is it going to eventually bring the FBI going to come down and with this homeless thing, with the scams and all? Or are they going to just keep getting away with it?
I got these people locked up so many ways right now, it's not even funny.
I think what she's asking is, do you believe martial law will be implemented in LA?
Or that right, or even that the FBI is going to come knocking, like, because Go Pepper's always
No.
saying they're going to come knocking.
Trump is going to try martial law to take power, but not over this issue. No, they couldn't do it over this.
No, but I mean, but even just the FBI coming in, like they did with
Yeah, they're going to come in, yeah, and they should.
Yeah, like are people going
Do
to?
you know who refused to do anything about it? Merrick Garland under Biden. I went to them. I got the refusal letter, man. You know?
Well, I think what she's also asking is something I asked earlier, which is, we always talk about when there's a failure of the city, you can rely to some degree on the state.
You can't anymore.
Yes, when that fails, then
there's no feds, there's no state, there's us. That's it.
That's
and
what
the
she's
federal
really
court,
asking.
okay?
That's what she's really asking.
And there's another option I'm not going to tell you about that you won't believe when you find out.
That's what she's really asking.
I'm not telling you.
And also, like, are there, like, who's the next? Well, current
I've
price
worked
is
too
in
hard to
Cornell.
get this thing in this
I want to know who the
position.
next ones to end up to in Weezer's position. You know, even if
They're all in it.
I know, but who's going to go to jail? Who's going to be the?
Here's the problem. What's the maximum amount of money, if anybody, they've taken down? $2.5 million? Weezer? I don't even look at that amount of money. Because it's punk money. I talk about the real money.
The power structures are all in cahoots with that,
They
right?
don't want to deal with the big shit.
He's talking about assets,
I have been
not
to
just cash.
every goddamn news organization in this country.
People are asking, have you ever
I
been to
have
the East
been
Coast?
to every single elected official in LA County and city. The governor, attorney general, head of the Senate, head of the Assembly, the heads of each pertinent committee. I have these people in writing going, we don't give a fuck about the fraud and theft of any kind. Unlike all these other fools that just talk shit.
People are asking,
They don't have nothing. All they got is a bunch of bullshit out of their mouth. It's called hearsay. That is not evidence.
Oh, right.
I run evidence. Incontrovertible evidence.
So I want to see him do his presentations like a Mejia. You're like the.
I brought my
people's
computer
Mejia.
here, just for fun after we get done with this. Or maybe I should open up right now so you can take a little screenshot. We won't open them, but I'll show you how much I found up to 7 years ago telling these fucks. I got more video of me, Herman, and Wayne telling them about this shit 7 years ago, and documents with full analysis presented to these fucks. They got no way out, do you understand? And this shit's already off to the people that are gonna fuck them.
Who's going to be the first to go? Who's the first to go down?
All.
They're all going to go down together?
What people are...
I set things up hardcore. When you've done this long enough, you know how to do it.
I can't wait to see it. Like, I'm looking forward
It's
to
taking
it.
time.
What people are asking is it going to be civil RICO by action of civilians rather than awaiting for...
Yes, it's gonna be because of what the few of us are doing.
That's right.
That's what people are really asking.
That's forcing...
Civil rather than criminal, you're saying?
Well, that's the interesting thing with RICO. RICO is a criminal act that predicates a civil violation.
RICO is organized crime, to be
Right.
specific. Hobbs Act is government corruption. Bain Act is civil rights, and SLAPP is illegal prosecutions to keep you out of the public.
Right.
So they're all caught up in all of these. And then I have 3 pages.
Well, can you say them again? Just so I want to clip that as a clip. Those.
Explain the 5 statutes.
Yeah.
The problem that they have run into federally is RICO, organized crime, okay? Connected to organized crime, when you have governments, especially more than one person or organization, is Hobbs Act. Hobbs Act is government corruption, okay? They're linked, right? The RICO enters them into government corruption. When you come down into state law, you run into Bain Act, which is civil rights, which they're violating, okay? And you have SLAPP, which is where they prosecute you illegally to keep you out of the public, to prevent you from doing anything. And this is how the game works. They don't care about elder abuse. You heard what I said in there.
Or ADA abuse.
They don't care about
Child
none of it.
abuse.
No.
Child bride.
Look, they just paid $4 billion because they allowed 6,800 youth to be sexually abused. What I want to know is, and we need to ask them this question, are you prosecuting those abusers?
Of course not.
And if not, why not? Right? We should all agree that child sex abusers should be fucked.
Yeah.
Especially if they're government employees. I don't care who they are.
But they're not doing it against anyone.
But if you're an official organization, you're worse. Or if you're in a position of power, it's worse. So like a church does it because they use the psychological power that they have over you being a believer. Government uses their physical and legal power. But they're essentially the same thing to a normal person who does not have it in themselves to stand up because they don't know how to. So let's get back to what I was starting to talk about earlier about being in jail when I sat and started talking to these guys. What I learned is, and I learned this from an old friend of mine who went to school in the 30s, okay? He was a Hispanic guy. He was very successful in business and one of the first people to win the poker championship at the Commerce Casino. So he's a pretty damn good card player, okay? He made a lot of money playing poker. He used to get 30, 40 grand in the trunk and probably 100 in the safe at the shop, just in case he needed it. They used to tell Al, you're just a stupid Mexican, you're gonna be nothing. When I'm talking with these guys in the jail, nobody ever, their families, their parents, their neighborhood, their schools, they just told them you're just a goddamn loser. So I said to them, do you guys know what and we can't get no jobs because we all got felonies and stuff. But that came up because this guy said, oh, I'd like to be a cop, and everybody started laughing out, with your record, you couldn't be a cop. I said, do you guys know what a Cadillac mechanic makes? Nah. How about a bill 20 a year? Ding! These eyes pop wide open, okay? I said, you can have that job with a felony. I got their real fucking attention now. Now you guys know that you're going to be going out. You're going to be going into these drug rehab places, right? And you know which ones where they let you do whatever you want, and which ones they don't, right? Yep. Well, what you do is you get into one where they don't let you do anything, and you go sign up at adult ed, and you get yourself into an auto shop class. Would you stop banging if you could make $100+ a year? Fuck yeah. Okay. Nobody had ever told him that you can be a winner. Now we have 300,000 fucking kids out of LA Unified on the street. They're operating in the gangs. How are you going to make any money? Do you see what they're doing to our society?
People say that incarcerated individuals are, in fact, the largest and probably the easiest base to organize because you have ready access to them and they all have legitimate grievances.
Well, I did that in there, and just like I did with our homeless people at the court. Were you guys weren't at court, were you, Thursday?
No.
Okay, I was. Well, there were a bunch of homeless people that were invited there by the plaintiffs, the guys that sued, you know, the businessmen. But they don't have their 2 cents in this case. Is that absurd? So guess what I did? I organized the homeless to go get the stories from the people they live with so that it's not adulterated by the assholes from LASA, right? Because you know anything they got is fucking perverted. But I have the ability to get those stories into the judge along with this information, right? Guess what's gonna fucking happen? This judge is really a good dude. And when he finds out what I know about the stealing money, and he gets the personal stories of what's happened to these people, psychologically, personally, physically, through all these years, you think that a guy who gives a fuck ain't gonna be affected? He's gonna explode. And the way I'm you know what I'm posting online? Come watch City Council Tuesday today at 10 o'clock. We're gonna blow them down. I'm putting it all over the fucking web and at places where people go in mass quantities.
What's your website?
Fraudbuster.org. And videos are George Bazzetti YouTube. There's 750 videos up. You can go watch us presenting this. Me and Herman, that guy that they've kicked out, you can watch us presenting this
that'd be great.
to these fools in 2019.
Really?
How are they going to say they never knew? You can't believe how many videos I have of
And that's
this.
on the George Bazzetti.
I just went up last night and I just started. I mean, I got 750. I went through maybe 50, 60, and I found so many, I just stopped. I went, fuck, I don't need to go any further.
We need to go look at that. There's some good history.
It's ridiculous. We set them up. It's long-term setups.
And go puppet too.
It's over their head. They can only deal with this second. And then what's somebody telling me to do next? Think about it. I've been doing this for more than 50 years. That's longer than they've been alive, any of them. You don't have the background, bitch.
That's a long
Who the fuck do you think you're fucking with? And I got the core California knowledge too.
I have to look into that.
I'm the only white motherfucker ever allowed in that black organization.
Explain to people, what is Core California?
Congress of Racial Equality of California, founded by Celeste King III, the most famous Tuskegee Airman, the guy who got MLK Boulevard named that. He was one of the chief people after the riots to stop the gang. The guy who started the MLK parades, that's their family.
He's like a king, one of the Martin Luther King's nephews or
Same name, but long before MLK was the Celeste Kings.
Okay, so they're not related. It's just
No, but they knew each other real well. In fact, Celeste King IV, you know the Pettus Bridge, where John Lewis was beat up? You guys don't know about the Pettus Bridge?
No.
Where they,
You don't mean John L. Lewis, the union
Yeah.
guy? The union guy?
No. The legislator, John Lewis.
Oh, okay, 'cause John Lewis.
Where they got all beat to shit on that bridge in Alabama. My buddy was there that day. He said, I'm lucky I was at the back because it was really bloody up front. They put the dogs on them. They beat the fuck out of them. And Celeste spent a week doing nothing but writing bail bonds, getting people out of jail. His dad was the first person ever to start writing bail bonds for civil rights leaders nationally, starting in 1948. You're talking about real history here, man. Consistent. See, if you don't have a consistent game, why should these fucks be afraid of you? If you don't know your shit and you're not consistent, they couldn't give a fuck what you say. You get up there and speak and you don't hand them paper, fuck you. It ain't no hard copy. Nobody's going through that video, baby. But if you hand them paper,
How can you, are you able?
it has to go in the hard file.
So how do you do, I mean, this is a quick, like this for procedure. How do you do that? Like say if you wanted to put it in
You
some
prepare
paper.
documents
Uh-huh.
and you hand them to the cop and they give them to the city clerk and they have to put them in the hard file with their shit. So your shit becomes the only opposition in the file, but it's there.
That's good to
So
know.
if it ever comes back, nobody has to go through videos or nothing. The documents are in the place and they hate it. So why do you think they just get up there and talk your shit off? Fuck you. They couldn't care less. Now those people today, they know there's a bunch of backing on this rent thing. But they know they got them by the balls because those fucks weren't listening to what I said. Because they think, like renters think they don't pay property taxes. You dumb fuck. Whatever the increase is, you're paying that plus a piece because the guy that owns it is going to collect a piece
Let's say have a fee.
because he
every
has to
year.
pay for it.
They have a fee every year just to live in an apartment.
What's that?
They have a fee every year just to live in an apartment. They have an annual fee you have to pay just to
I'm
live in
talking
an
about
apartment.
property taxes. When there's a property tax increase, all these renters think that they don't pay. No. The guy is allowed to increase your rent and a piece
Right.
and pass it on.
It's kind of like when they raise the wage to $30, the hotel owners are going to pass
These
that
people
on
are
too.
saying give us 3%. Well, where do you think the money's coming from, fools? The place is broke. I just want it. I want what I want. And it's, you stupid fox. Why do you think this country's fucked up? You got a bunch of silly ass fucking piece of shit babies. That's all they are. The public are a bunch of fucking little babies. There's no land of the brave in this shithole except the few that are standing up. Look at what they're doing in Romania and those places next to these fucking chicken shit little babies here. Have you been watching the news? What's going on over there?
One of my best
A
friends.
lot
is
of
from there.
people want to know, what do you think of Kenneth Mejia,
Who's that?
city controller?
Well, I've been to him too. Let's see what that fucking bitch does. He got the public information request too.
Yeah, he never answered. He said, we don't have that info. Everyone.
But
I've
that
ever-
means that I got him by the balls because they're breaking the law again. So because of the setup that's gone into place, just because if there's one thing you learn when you do this for a long time, if you go someplace, if you don't go someplace, you have no opportunity. When I went to federal court, I had no plan except somehow I'm going to meet some people that I need to meet. And by accident, I met a guy that was asked to drive 2,000 miles to be in that court by the judge's best bud. And now, party time.
Can't wait for it to go home.
But it's all in the setup.
Why do you think people that are lawyers are too stupid to use cases like this and make money off of it?
I know exactly why. Because we've investigated why, after going through more than 200 attorneys, that I can't get anybody, including somebody that knows everybody from before Reagan got in. And what she was told is two things. I'm blackballed. Nobody will touch me.
That's hard.
Fear.
Because they know you got them.
And yet, who did I learn my shit from? You ever heard of an attorney that's got off 3 guys that admitted killing a cop in a major coke deal? That's who I learned from.
Who was that?
Robert N. Harris.
Robert N. Harris? Interesting.
Oh, he's gone.
I had to look him up.
But he's also heavy-duty national security. Through him, I put together some shit they still don't want to admit about the SR-71 drone. It took me years to put it together.
Wow.
He was telling me I used to overfly Beijing all the time. And how the fuck did you overfly Beijing and not get shot down? Well, now I know I knew what base he was on. But damn, that's where the SR-71's operated out of. Why, damn, that's right next to China. Why, damn, they say they never use those drones. Fuck you, they were. He was analyzing that shit daily.
Was this United States v. Harris 2009? Or is this a different Harris?
No, he wasn't involved in that. But they did tell him, after my case and that case, that if he didn't stop criminal law, they were going to totally destroy him. And so he had to go to international business and had to, when you called his office, if you were a former client, he would never talk to you.
No.
That's how deep it goes.
So he was getting into some like stepping on some heavy duty toes way up.
In
Pentagon
my
style.
case, and another case, yeah.
Was it this one, the officer planting drugs? Back in 11? Costa Mesa officer?
Actually, the undercover cop hit a load of coke and then pulled a gun, and the guys were faster than the cop. So they blew the cop away, not knowing he was a cop, and then the other guys just blast in the room, right?
So he didn't know it was a cop?
Listen to how, you're gonna love how he did this. The judge and the prosecutor were so sure they had him on murder one. Harris taught me how to do investigations, okay? So he knew what these cops didn't know. So he convinced the judge and the prosecutor to stipulate to a murder one charge only, and they did. In other words, you get them for murder one or you get them for nothing, right? Well, after they did that, they only served 4 years. They had to plead guilty to importation, not killing. He not only got a big check here, he got a big bonus too in an offshore account. That's how shit really works.
Well, that's a lot. That's some pretty heavy stuff.
And in my case,
I was like, I'm sorry, I can't even.
and in my case, they put me down as the head importer of coke from Mexico and Colombia. And I had to live with that for 15 years. And I'll tell you what, it is not fun. You will not believe what these people will do. How do you think I survived through this shit? I've been living through this for 50 assholes trying to take me out. And now they're trying to take me out physically.
People are asking, have you ever been to the East Coast? Or
No.
is it just primarily here that you do this work?
I've done everything here. Schools and stuff, I pay attention to everything international. I read 9 papers a day. I have emails with all the top national security shit. I know what's going on with military hardware, how they do everything. These people think I work in the government or something. So once you get on these lists, they all glom on. They all want to send you everything. Weapons systems. You've heard enough out of me. I can't talk the shit to you that I'm talking without knowing something, right? And there's way more than that than what you ever heard. It's really extensive.
That's true. Sorry, chat. I'm missing chat.
And guess what they call me in court records?
What's that?
Encephalopathic.
What is that?
Psychotic. Gravely disabled. Dementia.
Dang.
Do I seem like that guy?
You seem like you're very much in charge of your faculties.
This is what they do.
They try to label you. And
Cedars-Sinai strapped me down when I went there for medical care. Do you know anybody that's ever been strapped down? Do you know what that's like? I'm on the phone talking to my bud I live with. 12 guys and big rubber things with big rubber gloves and face masks and everything run in the room at one time. One guy in each arm, one guy in each leg, a bunch of guys in the middle of your body, other guys grabbing your computer, other guys grabbing your phone, on the bed, bam! You're like this. Then they take a big old horse needle and wham! Didn't put me to sleep. I stayed up for 36 hours. And can you imagine my personality laying there for that long, stretched out like that? And why do you think I did? Because if I didn't, I knew I was fucked. But I knew enough that I could demand a new shrink, and I did. And then my bud shows up, and we convinced her, and she let me walk out the door. Only what do? They throw me out the door on drugs with no money and no transportation. Here's what they do. We can't let you get hurt while you're in our facility, so we have to put you in a wheelchair. Let's say this piece of marble here is the doorway, right? They take the wheelchair and they put the front wheels just over the doorway, so you step onto city property when you get out of the wheelchair. And then get the fuck out of here. Now, 8 of the 9 doctors who've abandoned me lately, will I need a kidney removed? Are Cedars doctors. I was set up before I had my kidney taken out to do a renal game where they check how good each kidney is working. I call it the day before. Do I need to not eat before? A lot of times they have a deal like that where, you don't eat and you don't do this or don't drink or whatever, don't have coffee, don't have tea, only have water. There's all these rules. We don't have you scheduled and never had you scheduled. What the fuck? The guy who's supposed to take out my kidney was supposed to set up the lung doctor, heart doctor, and stuff. Last Monday, I was supposed to have my kidney out. Well, I could bleed to death with no doctors, no scan.
it's crazy. Can't we get him to
A doctor cannot get rid of you without a written notice. Return receipt. Sign. They don't do that. Who the fuck do you think is telling them they can get away with it? These fucks and the courts. You think, one of these doctors, do you know where his office is? 1 block off of Rodeo Drive. Now what fucking district do you think that is? So, and these guys are published. Written books, invented kidney machines to clean your blood while you're walking around, not sitting in a chair. Those kind of guys. They risk their license, their freedom, and every penny they own with a bitch like me doing this. So who's telling them they can get away with it? Think about what power does it take to do this?
See how people want to shut you off.
Yeah, that's a lot to think about.
I'm dying right now. No, I am. I don't give a fuck.
Well, let's hope it's on city property here at the council.
That's what I'm doing. I want to, if they're going to do this, I want to die while I'm speaking. So I can get them with a murder one.
Make sure we
You understand?
That's why I keep coming, just so we can capture that very moment.
No, but
You want to fuck with me? I'm gonna put it right in your motherfucking face, bitches.
Where can I do surgery for them? No, we need to keep
The
you
crowd loves
around.
you. I will cut it off at there.
They don't want me around.
George Brizzetti, everybody. I'll let you go on audit stream.
Fuck this.
Yeah,
That's a great ending. I caught it off at fuck this.
You ever heard this kind of shit before?
No, it's crazy.
Now, what kind of a person do you think it is can put up with all that and keep doing what I do? You want to fuck with that guy? That's how insane they are. You're insane to fuck with somebody like me. Just put my name into Google. You ever do it?
Don't go on to though. Yeah, I have to do
Do it right now. For fun.
He's not straight to it.
You don't want to fuck with me. You're insane.
We want to keep you here because like you're the older gadfly that's back.
Well, here's how it works out. The people getting fucked, they love me generally. And those that are fuckers, they hate me.
That's true. Right?
And I'll take that any day of the week.
Yeah.
That's a badge of courage.
Right.
If I got the bad guys hate me, I'm doing a good job.
That's true. I agree with that. You better go to the 2 o'clock.
And I'll be damned.
I'm hungry. I was gonna get food.
I'm with you on that. Let's go down to the food place. I want to get one of those bento boxes.
Yeah, those are great.
All right, guys. We're gonna call.
Well, let's go have some food and we can talk some more.
Yeah.
Hey, hold on, I have 3 minutes. I want 3 minutes.
Okay.
Hold on.
Give them 3 minutes.
So come on.
No, I don't want to read it. No. This is TikTok.
You told me that I'm not allowed to speak, and I respected that, right? I did not speak that. I only wanted 3 minutes, okay? And then Mr. Brizzetti, you cannot interrupt me, okay? Because you did 2 hours. I never interrupted you. I want you to do the same. I
won't interrupt you.
I only need 5 minutes.
But back up. So yeah, wait, no, not that far.
Okay, 5 minutes. Okay.
Come a little closer.
So,
Oh, wait, we have to switch this around. Hold on. Wait, take the microphone, or they won't hear.
Oh, okay. So I'll make sure I do not press anything. So right now, I'm assuming they can. Okay. So I want to take this opportunity to thank my friend, my personal role model, because I always look up to you. My mental professor, Mr. Brizzetti, as a local hero, as a local activist, I'm a big fan of you. So couple of things I want to find out, I want to point it out is that I do respect Mr. Brizzetti about his expertise, but I do have some critical thinking skill questions. Even though I asked Mr. Brizzetti, what does critical thinking mean? And he told me he doesn't care. So question number one, Mr. Brizzetti said, there have been more than 8 million arrests since 2003, since the LAPD, right? So we only have 8,000 officers right now.
That means if we do the math correctly, every single officer has to go down there, arrest 8,000 people in order to come up a number, 1,000 people just to come up with 8 million arrests. I do not believe our LAPD officer who are working as that hard, because the last time I checked, a random officer, Sergeant Duarte, they arrest 5 people for the whole year. So that's the question number 1 for Professor Buzzetti. Hey, Mr. Buzzetti, no interruption, no interruption. Number two, Mr. Buzzetti, Mr. Buzzetti said. He is very interested in the budget, the finance, and especially the city's budget numbers, the billions, the millions, the trillion. I challenge Mr. Buzzetti. I said, let's have a pre-calculus exam right here and right now. I want to know how good you are with the numbers. And then Mr. Buzzetti denied my competition, denied my invitation to have a college level. And then I invite him again. Let's have a pre-elementary algebra readiness test. Let's have a competition. And then Mr. George Buzzetti denied me again. But Mr. Buzzetti denied me again. And then number 3, I challenged Mr. Buzzetti. I challenged Mr. Buzzetti that when we are dealing with philosophy, when we are dealing with critical thinking skills, can you give me the definition of critical thinking skills? And then Mr. Buzzetti said, that doesn't matter. That is irrelevant. I don't really care about it because I don't need critical thinking skills. And then I asked the last question, which is the final question. I asked Mr. Buzzetti, why you continue to refuse the fact that everyone was born with 2 or multiple genders? And then Mr. Buzzetti continued to use Mr. Buzzetti continued to use profanity words. And then I asked Mr. Buzzetti continued to use the F word. But again, I asked Mr. Buzzetti that why you continue to use those sexual words, because a lot of men are lining up down the city hall, are willing to have some sort of a intimate interaction with you, but you continue to deny them. But anyway, I really have a good time, Mr. Buzzetti. Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing with us, and we will continue to learn with you. We will continue.
Well, I appreciate learning from you. That's his clownery.
He is a clown.
So that's his what do you call it? That's his gaslighting.
That's why you can't make anything happen if you're a clown.
Mr. Buzzetti, for 2 hours, I did not interrupt the word. But why you cannot show me 5 minutes of respect?
Here we go, guys.
Why you cannot show me 5 minutes of respect?
You don't lie about me what the fuck I said. And all you did is lie. You don't know how to do anything else. That's why you back Trump. You're a chief liar.
Oh, that's why he's upset with the hat.
So, after the day of this, you stay the fuck away from me and out of my business.
This is not even
a waste of my time with no more shit assholes like you. You got that steak?
You got him all mad. You can't get George mad.
You'll find out where I'm getting.
Jeez.
Stand your side of the fucking street or stay the fuck away from me.
So we know you, but he doesn't know you like that. Oh.
I don't do the fucking dumb shit anymore.
Jesus, did you break your phone?
No.
Is it okay?
Yeah. As long as it's not your phone.
Was that the microphone?
Yeah.
See, we are dealing with two different kind of professionalism right here. The professionalism I showed to Mr. Buzzetti, 2 hours, I did not say one single word for 2 hours. But
now you're antagonizing him.
But when I'm speaking for 5 minutes, he cannot.
Because you're antagonizing him. Because you're antagonizing him. You're antagonizing him.
No.
Yes.
He gave out the numbers. I'm saying.
But you're antagonizing him.
LAPD officer have to make 1,000 arrests to have an 8 million number.
No, because he could be arrested on warrants and stuff.
I'm just asking, which officer are arresting 1,000 people?
He's elderly and he's sick. You have to give him. You have to cut him slack. Behave.
I got the response exactly what I was looking for, which is.
I know he wants. He's trying to poke the bear.
So I succeeded. I got the response. I got the emotion. I got the languages I was looking for.
You poked the bear.
We did it. We did it.
Behave. Behave. I need to go get something to drink. Behave.
It works. It works.
Right. That's straight and straight, not shark eye. Right. We have different names. We have to combine them. Yeah.
For some people, it just never worked. For some people, it works every single time.
It never. I had your number from day one.
You have my what?
I had your number from day one.
Number? You mean?
When you say I have your number, no, it means I knew. I assessed you.
You
Immediately. I
You
assessed.
assessed me.
You couldn't get me stirred up because I knew what you were doing. I know. I knew.
You probably you know me after 1 month or two.
No.
You cannot know me in day one.
I did. When you were doing all that nonsense, I knew exactly what you were doing. No, I had to. I've been around too many gadflies. I've been around too many. My whole because it's all the neighborhood council people. For years, I've been dealing with this stuff. So I knew. That's called. I had your number immediately. That's why you never.
Mr. Pizzetti, let's create a world without profanity. Let's create a world that each transgender are loving each transgender. We have more respect. We have more love each other. Together with Scientology, we can build a better community. But if you continue to using profanity,
he's not the city council.
That doesn't
As
work
his
out.
shirt.
That doesn't work, sir. That doesn't
Let me
work.
ask you this.
Oh my gosh.
Who has the record of success? You or me? Not you. You haven't done anything. So, but if you want to talk to me about how you do shit, show me that you can do something, and you got a long ways to go before you're going to be giving me any advice.
No. I'm not giving you advice. I'm just saying that.
I'm afraid to ask him, Amy.
Create a better world, a better community.
Only
But if you
absolute Nazi assholes out.
But he's elderly and
But if you
sick.
keep using profanity. See, you are 40 years old. I am 28. We are about the same age.
I'm 77.
You look like 40. I don't believe you. You look like 40 years old.
Want to see my driver's license, asshole?
No, I do not, because you do not have a driver's license. You were never legalized to drive in the United States of America.
Read
I
the
know
chat.
you.
Read the chat. Read the bottom too.
There's no chat.
Yes, there is.
fucking
Right here.
Where do you come up with this shit?
Because he's in there. He's like, because he's elderly. You have to. That's the thing. We're all protective of George. We're all protective. Well, yeah, because we're protective of George.
Groups are protecting.
Yes,
you,
we're actually my
are
people are. Yes, we're.
They are.
No, because we.
Attacking me. They continue to attacking me because again, they are your cult followers. I know you.
Only in LA.
Yeah, only in LA.
They are probably
We're fans of George. Yep, we're fans, right? We're big fans. We are. We love George.
Again, I'm just saying
that. You have fans. You have fans. You have
there's nothing wrong. We are trying to create a better community, better world. And I didn't say anything wrong.
War against people to make it grow. That's these assholes, okay? And war is not a nice thing.
And you are much more fun than the city council, actually. You are much more fun than the.
and way more informative and informed.
I'm not supposed to be advising them, they should be advising us, and I find that ridiculous.
The nurse is worried about him.
Let's just go.
Amy's a nurse. She's worried about him. So you had to count him. Yeah. Yeah, I guess because this meeting starts in like 20 minutes, right?
Oh, no. What time is it?
It's 1:30. The meeting starts at 2, so we go second
Hey,
floor.
Mr. Pizzetti, please leave. Please stay for the 2 p.m. meeting. There's a meeting, you know that.
You've exhausted him. He's.
I went on ahead.
He has a nurse now. Oh, hi Heidi. You still doing fake charges? Heidi, come on. You need to make a public statement that was fraudulent and stop going after Scientology. How does Scott Hofstadter's charges wobble up? How does taking down a Christmas wreath become a felony? How does moving a sign become a felony? How does breaking a non-ADA, you guys are charging Scientology for having those planters, and somebody tries to remove them and he's facing 10 years in prison? That is so fraudulent. Please stop it. Drop the charges against Scott Haxbetter. Come out and say that you were wrong about what you did to Henry Marini. And stop doing it. Stop doing it. Stop doing it. It's all going to be known and shown. It's going to be known and shown. It's going to be known and shown.
You know I was there, and you know I caught you recording it.
Yes. It's done. Stop it, Heidi. Stop it.
I'm your biggest fan, though.
Yeah, you live rent free. Yeah. You're showing us how corrupt you guys are.
Oh, man.
That was good.
That was a great catch.
Yeah, that was.
Those people you find.
Yeah, I told you right there. You go. Yeah. Are you guys sick of Heidi yet? Come on, you know I hear she's the worst boss ever. That was good. That was worth all the while. That interview was really good, and I'm
Bam! That was
hi,
a
we
great
just said hi
catch.
to your boss. We just said hi to your boss. Say hi, Mr. Grote. Well, I'm a fan of Mr. Grote. He's my favorite. Him and Miss Hoppenstead. I know you should have.
You got it, right?
And thank you, Mr. Grote, for letting me get away with a little bit of my shenanigans. I appreciate it. Thank you. He does actually listen. Do people appreciate you, Mr. Grote, because you do listen? You do have appreciation. We do appreciate you.
He said he has no animosity towards me, and that's why I told him I know he's a fan because of that.
Yeah, no, I mean, when he listens. Sometimes I wish he wasn't listening because then I could talk off topic, but yeah, you're okay, Mr. Grote. I don't call him pumpkin. It's so hilarious. So. Yeah, that was so amazing. That was, oh man. And I mean, I actually like Mr. Grote. Mr. Grote actually told me, he goes, look, off the record, because I agree with you about science. Like he understands the Scientology thing. He let me go off the little bit of it today. He let me have my little shenanigans. Because he knew I didn't know what topic I was going to be on. So he lets me get away. So I like Mr. Grote. All right, behave. That's an order from the nursey. You have it. The nursey says behave.
I said create a better
They're going to
world.
close that downstairs. Let's go. Okay, create a better world.
Hey, hold on. What's on there?
The second floor. I want to get something to drink.
Oh, what?
Yeah, it's going to be great, George. That was so awesome. Thank you, Mr. George Bizzetti, for giving us that amazing interview. When I saw her come by, you can't miss her. You know, like the city attorney.
Oh my God! I don't know that she was actually so short like that.
Yeah, she's short.
I don't even know that.
Yeah, you can catch her. Like, oh, we have to do this side. We have to do this side, right? This is the local. Can you hit the button? You're young.
They don't deserve any consideration.
None.
Zero.
Oh, I like bro. Yeah, I don't know. Again, I try to get. Who I can get along with.
Consideration is jail.
And then also,
We're waiting for you to bring it, Mr. Bizzetti. We're waiting for you to
I'm
bring
working
it.
on it.
I know. We're waiting on you. You better stick
there's
around.
another thing.
So that's the order. Ranking me. That's
There's
a
a good
doctor's
chance I'm
order.
gonna put them away.
You're going to, and you're going to stick around, and then you're going to celebrate. Excuse me, number
If
2.
I- Healthcare, then that can happen.
How? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why don't we take him to the
I'll
East
tell you,
Coast?
if I had money right now,
Well,
I'll drive
I
you
have a
there.
friend that works
I
there.
don't have the money.
I'll drive you
Okay,
there.
well, you know what? Maybe we'll have to find a way.
There's no way to do that.
Yes, there is.
I'm working on that already.
No, we're going to have to figure that one out because you know what? I know someone that works there. I'm going to ask her.
I told my friends that they're gonna have the judgment involved in this.
How much would it cost to just get gas? That, like, we could maybe crowdsource guys, you know, like, to get, would you drive him there? I mean, he's a treasurer. I know, like, I don't. And no one should have to go through that. No one should have to go through that because they're honest. Nobody should do that because they're a whistleblower, like have to, that's just, No, I don't care, but we're gonna fight back. But we're gonna fight back with you. We're gonna fight back too. Yeah, that's the truth. Right, you're right. What is that? I love those mugs, man. I kind of love. Hi. I just want an iced tea with 10 brown, the 10 of the raw sugars in it.
Iced tea, brew iced tea?
Yeah, with 10 of the brown.
10 raw sugar?
Yeah, like in the bottle. They never dissolve. So.
Anything else needed?
Not for me. Joe?
324.
I'm just gonna do it on this. Huh? Wait, wrong one. Did it go through?
Receipt?
Nah. How much are those mugs? How much are those mugs?
The mugs? Those are coming up to like $35.
35? Wow. No, I like the gold, because the gold ones, that's like the anti-Scientology color. Okay. Sorry, let me get out of your way.
Tuna sandwich?
Tuna sandwich?
What kind of bread? Sourdough, wheat, jalapeno, or rosemary rice?
Amy, we gotta figure out how to get him to healthcare outside of. He's screwed here in California.
He's not gonna do it.
Yeah, he will.
He said his ways.
No, he said he'll go to Mayo. He said he would. Yeah, I bet you he would.
I have a feeling.
He would. No, he would go.
No,
He would go.
George is George.
He would go. No, white guy wouldn't go. He would.
That's the thing.
He would go.
Sorry, George. Yeah, any other sandwich?
What else you got?
Turkey on cheese, turkey avocado, ham and cheese, veggie sandwich.
Yeah, Gina, I'll call you later. Is there any more soup left? I wonder if maybe I'll get a soup.
Barbie wants to cook Korean salad.
Huh? I know, yeah. I'll probably just wait till after dinner.
To get food, and all. I just want to eat. Just for that, I won't buy it. I have a problem with Ralph Campbell's.
I wish they would have, if we get you to the Mayo, you'd go, right? You could go. Would you go to the Mayo if we can get you there?
I'd go anywhere to get taken.
I told you. I knew it. I know you would. I feel it. No, but if that wasn't an issue.
That wasn't an issue, I'd be gone.
Okay, but if it becomes suddenly becomes to where it's not an issue. But if it suddenly became not an issue.
I'd jump on a plane.
What are these?
There's no way to do
The
that.
jalapeno bacon cream cheese twist.
Because you need permanent care, so it can't be done from there. It has to be done here.
We have to figure that out.
I know how to do it.
We need
I mean, I have my car.
Force them.
tell us what we can do, George. You tell us what we can do. But what if we get you there and get you the care here?
Joe?
Thank you. I got a stroll. Thank you. Yeah, this is in the what do you call it? The commissary, I guess. Want to sit down?
Can't work out.
You didn't get nothing to eat?
I need doctors who can take care of me.
But Mayo Clinic's the best.
But I live here.
Okay.
That doesn't take care of when I live here.
But what if we figure out the in-between stuff? Like, I'm
No,
like,
they gotta do it here.
okay, we're gonna figure
Right
this
now, I
out.
got one shot left. That's USC. I'm calling you when I get home.
USC, okay.
Stay for the 2 p.m. meeting. We need you. Yeah.
But be nice. No, is it? I thought it's for energy. Oh, how much? Be nice, oh shirt guy. Give him a break. I kind of. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna put this down. Hey, no more shenanigans. Or tomorrow. All right. No more shenanigans. Behave, young man. He's gonna get in trouble. He's gonna get out. Huh? He's got a fresh haircut now. Oh, making it tricky for us here, man. It's the kid, man. Gap man. Yes, man. The gadflies have to be together because you can't.
I'm just saying, I'm just asking some critical thinking questions.
No, not with him. He's not well enough. He's not well enough.
I like him.
I know, but
if I don't like him,
I know. See, I know you.
I wouldn't talk to him.
I know.
That's the reason why.
I know that. He knows that. We know that. He's from a different school. He's from old school. He don't get that. And then with his illness, who knows? It might be cocoa brain, would be like, nervous, whatever. So he's not getting it. We get your shenanigans. We understand.
No, it is sincere that we can have a world without a profanity. That's what I. There's no need for.
Let's start with Herman first, and because they're younger, they can handle it. You can't handle it. I should get him a chair. Can you get a chair? He's like kind of fragile right now. He's like a little.
He's very healthy. What you talking about?
He's fragile. He's not healthy.
Very healthy. He can stand right there without a chair, talking to you for 2 hours. He's very good. What you talking about? He's healthier than me. What you talking about?
No, it's not if you need a kidney. See, that's the look of honor. I get it. See, we know you. We have to behave now. You had your shenanigans, right, Amy? So I'm missing chat.
She's your adopted mother, you know that, right? And I'm your adopted mother.
Yeah. And he's about to be grounded. Paul, wait till your father gets home. One of those moments. He's like, I got a letter from school that you were misbehaving. Here, come sit here. I'll back up because I don't need it. I don't need a table. I don't need it. I'll switch places with you. Because you need to eat. Well, can you move the? Yeah. Hey. All right, so we had to figure it out. So you said USC's the next. USC's pretty good. They're the only ones that would help white guy with his eye getting the right things.
I'm just.
With 9 names and director of policy.
You guys hear? No, I was here. I don't know why you couldn't hear. Maybe my phone's about to die. Hold on. I'll put the mic in this one.
This family sold him out. My family sold me out.
Can you guys hear me now?
Both at the same time.
Can you guys hear? Let me know if you can hear.
What floor is the meeting?
I think it's the council room.
Okay. Hey, Adrian. So I can't believe you guys couldn't hear. How long? Okay. I don't know what's. I think my phone was about to die. I put the charger in. Sorry, guys, because no, it shows to me that we're live. The two. See, I have the two like.
Not bad sandwich. They make good sandwiches.
They do.
The tuna sandwich is really good.
I haven't had it. I love tuna sandwiches. Their soup's pretty good too. Tamar, Dana,
she's doing.
Tomorrow Dana is going to attack me
No,
for speaking the truth.
Gonna get you. No, we're having lunch. We have to.
Actually, I did not speak anything. I'm asking critical thinking questions. I didn't speak anything.
Hey, time and place, time and. We have to figure it out because we need to keep.
I'm a big fan of you.
I know.
I said I'm a big fan of you. You don't believe me. You hate me, but I'm a big fan of you.
Let him eat. Calm down.
I hate the bullshit.
Yeah, they don't hate you. That's a strong word.
And I'm not putting up with any bullshit anymore in my life from anyone.
I'm a big fan of you.
Yeah.
They don't like it?
See, I told you, that's what I'm saying.
No, he's saying they.
I just want to find a war without profanity. That's easy. You can communicate with all of your ideas without using this.
What I do is how you get things done. What you do, you ain't never
You
gonna
talk,
get
go
nothing.
puppet. I'm gonna put Amy. Amy's in this chat, right? Is Amy still in this chat?
But regardless,
We're gonna put Amy over here.
I will
Amy.
always support you, regardless. Regardless.
Yes, we're always gonna support him.
I will always support you.
Oh, damn.
I've heard a lot of people say that before, and I found out what happened.
What the heck? It's about to end my lunch. What the heck?
To get the heat put them on, it all changed.
Yeah, I get it. He's been around. Like that, he's like a walking encyclopedia, not like the old school encyclopedia.
I have no idea the experience and shit that I've been through.
I bet.
George, are you old school? Are you old school?
My brother's 69.
Yeah, great. Tell him to behave. Calm down, send like young. What they call? What was that? What they call it in the?
No twig on fig.
Everything in our house is 150 years old. Up to 200.
I got Amy in the chat. She's going to keep you in line. He just once you get to know his shenanigans.
This is more fun than the city council. I like it. I like it. I like you. I like you more than the city council member. I like you more than the city council.
It's been an interesting day.
I don't know why you keep attacking me though, but I will always support you and love you. Always.
Yeah, me too. Yeah,
That's fine, and stop talking shit to me.
yeah, because he's setting boundaries, and that's fair.
You talk shit to me, I'm gonna be up your face, and I don't give a fuck who you are.
He's setting boundaries.
I've had it.
Amy says, all right, stop rolling up George, or she'll fly out here and be George's nurse.
Talking shit. Trying to take my life. I'm after you.
He's looking peaked. He's getting red.
And I can tell you what, I know I can take more than any of you fucks can, because I breathe this thing.
You've done it real
So if
time.
you want to play hard ass, you're gonna lose.
He's just being silly.
I know how to fuck with your mind, you.
I believe it.
I can take out 3
You
girls.
need a wife.
I want to take out Scientology, man. That's what I want. But do you know that LAUSD is the only school system that will not allow Scientology materials in? They're the only ones that get it. They're like, no, you're not coming here. They will not allow, because Scientology has a lot of front groups, and all these other schools, they let it in. LAUSD is the only one that saw through it and said, no way, you're not bringing that crap here.
I'm surprised.
I know, me too. I was shocked.
You need a wife.
He needs a doctor. He needs a surgeon.
Wife.
You need a wife.
Nothing to do with women anymore sexually.
He needs a doctor.
Fucking.
Oh my God, this is I'm gonna have to figure out how to edit this.
Your dick probably still works, mine doesn't.
Oh, that's.
I don't need their problems.
Their shenanigans.
A wife will take care of you. Does not give you problem.
Why? What are you talking about? Wives don't give him husband problems. Are you kidding me? What planet? I'm the first one to admit.
I want to admit
too many.
I will be a good wife. I will be a good wife.
I'm gonna hook up with you.
I hope. I wish.
You behave. You can't help it. I want to see what Amy's saying. Hold on, Amy's.
But regardless, you
Amy.
need someone to take care of you. Because you cannot take care of yourself. You need someone to take care of you.
Yeah, my friend
Amy's gonna come out.
have taken care of
No
each
happy
other
wife, happy life. That's right.
for 25 years. Because when one of us is in trouble, the other one has to stick together.
This is pretty cool because I'm
And
like,
we've both been through hell.
I got TikTok on George and then
Anybody else
YouTube on.
ain't fucking trusted. No way.
Yeah, getting the kids. Go make me a sandwich, wifey.
I don't need a woman for any reason. I'm a damn good cook.
Everyone needs love in their life. Everyone needs love. And then again, this is not shenanigans, I'm saying the truth. Everyone needs love. You need to be loved. Again, this is not a shenanigan. This is not shenanigans. You need to be loved.
I've learned to live without it and not depend on it because it ain't dependable. And when you've been through what I've been through and you find out what it is and isn't dependable, you don't rely on what isn't dependable.
That's a good point. Been there, done that too. Yeah.
I had my own
You learn
son
it?
tell me to die. Okay?
What?
My brothers and sisters, I'm the oldest of them. My
Now I'm gonna
aunts,
switch.
uncles, nieces, nephews, son, stepbrothers. As soon as my parents died, my super Christian Bible thumping bitch ass cunt sisters, 8 of them, told me to die. My brothers and son, their God is money and partying. Fuck you, George. And they all bragged about what I did, and then fuck you, die, bitch. The same thing happened with Celez's family.
That's so sad.
Everybody, my phone used to ring off the hook until he died. I don't get any calls anymore.
That's sad. Oh man.
I got a phone for emergencies.
That's sad.
This is the way it really is. This is what people really are. Do I like it? No. I want the better world, and I've taken a lot of risks for it. More than most people. I put my life on the line too many fucking times. Do you know how many gun barrels I've looked down? More than 100. I've looked down more gun barrels than any motherfucker in the Twin Towers, motherfucker.
What birth order are you? That's the question the nurse wants to Amy.
I had more than 80 cops with guns on me chasing me out of the fucking police commission for reading the chief's letter.
I want to see. I wish I did. You didn't really video back then, right? I'd love to have seen that stuff.
750 up.
But is a lot of that stuff documented? Oh, okay. Amy wants to know what birth order are you out of the 11? What number baby were you?
I'm number 1.
You're the oldest?
Yeah.
Oh, he's the oldest. Okay. Wow, that says a lot to be the oldest of like 11 kids. Yeah, you were probably what, like
You're the
kind of
oldest
like
of
father.
11?
So were you like a
Oh
Pope?
my goodness, you're the 7-Eleven.
You have any idea how many diapers I've changed?
How many diapers you have changed?
Try to think about it.
How many diapers?
Were you kind of like a second father?
How many kids I've rocked to sleep in the middle of the night when my parents were too tired to get up?
Wow, so yeah, you become like, and then
11 kids, huh? You have 11 kids.
like siblings.
Should I smell them?
Now, what's the age difference between the first and the baby?
Your youngest is 12 years old.
My parents popped them off until my mom told them to turn it the fuck off.
Yeah, your parents must have really loved each other. They were busy. Good Catholic family, I'm guessing.
My dad stuck a dick in, he made a baby.
Basically every single year, non-stop. 11 years, non-stop.
Was it one after another year? Like
no doubles either. No twins.
No, wow.
Non-stop.
You didn't have TV or
We
anything?
knew people that had 15
But the problem
and
is
then
that-
adopted.
But you do not understand the woman biology. Woman biology, the vagina needs to rest. You need to take a break. You cannot consecutively giving birth over and over again. You need 1 year.
I know someone who had 19 children and no twins.
You're what?
I know somebody who had 19 children, no twins, and she looks great.
Give
people's sexual organ, reproductive organ, a period of time to rest, to recover.
Doesn't matter anymore, they don't work.
Sounds good, AB. This is like a,
Why the fuck would I want a woman around?
You need a woman. Everybody needs a woman.
No, I don't.
I don't need a woman. I don't need a woman.
A woman needs a woman. A transgender needs a woman. A no gender needs a woman. Everyone
I don't
needs
need
a woman.
anybody. My happiest times have been when I've been by myself.
Without a woman, how are you?
Yeah,
Nobody's
19,
fucking with me. Because nobody's fucking with me.
I'm not sure the how many years. It was quite a few years, but a lot of them like all successive, and a lot of them are very successful. 2 of them made it to the National Football League. Someone I know that had 19 kids, and 2 of them grew up into the.
19.
Yeah.
19 kids.
That's really
Look up Andre Collins. Look up Andre Collins. Huh? Yeah, same and no twins. Yes.
But I'm just
And the mom looked great.
19 years old without giving the reproductive organ a break. That's insane.
Because women are tough, man.
That's what I call. That's a sexual abuse to your own body part.
You know what?
Sexual abuse.
Women like to fuck too.
Oh my God, you're so sexy. I cannot tolerate that. I like you. Oh my God, you're so sexy. That's racist.
Women like to fuck too. Women can be really aggressive.
I can't imagine having 19.
My friend I live with, do you know how many he normally have on his arm? 4 or 5 at a time.
I'm switching. It's gonna be so fun. I'm gonna edit them together like they're and switch it over.
You have no idea what a real sex life is. You ought to talk to my bud.
How can you tell me I don't know what a real sex life is?
There's no
I
way.
go down Figueroa 3 times a week. What you talking about? Have you ever go down Figueroa to find out
No
what a
way you
real
could have
sex
that
like
quote
that
he
is?
did.
Jesus Christ. You cannot
He
talk
brings
about
the
sex
comedy.
without going down Figueroa to look at yourself. I going down there.
Oh, the meeting. What time's the meeting? 2?
2 p.m.
Oh, it's 2:10.
Let's go. It's time to go, mister. The meeting started. Let's go stop, Mr. Buzzetti. Let's go.
Where's? Huh? Are you not gonna come?
Let's go.
You okay? Do we need to take you?
No, he can walk. He can walk.
Hey, where's Henry
He can
though?
walk.
Where did Henry say he's going?
He said he's gonna take 12. I don't understand.
Huh?
He said he's gonna take 12.
What do you mean, take 12?
I don't understand. I'm asking you. He said he's gonna go take a 12 first. He's already in the room. Let's go. He's already in the room.
Yeah, but okay, so he has his stuff.
He's already in the room.
You don't. I want to make sure that. Are you okay, Mr. Pizzetti? All right. So we worry about you. We get.
Need me to carry you?
I'd put him on my chair.
You need me to carry you?
Yeah, they ignore him. He's just. It's the.
Let's go.
Man, I can't believe.
Mr. Buzzetti.
10 to 12 hours a day, hard.
But Mr. Buzzetti is an Italian name, right? That's an Irish name?
That's Italian, right?
That's Italian? Okay, so you are actually Italian.
Right now we're on 2, but we need to get up to 3 or 4.
I think it's 3.
3, right? I think so too. Bye, Mr. Bruzetti. Are you going to be coming tomorrow?
No, you're right here.
That's going up. I want to go up.
No, you can go now? There's a meeting.
Are you going to be okay? Don't let him get to you too much. You behave.
Hey,
Bye, Mr.
you can
Bruzetti.
go speak for 5 minutes.
He needs to go rest. We got to get him a doctor, man. We need to get him a doctor. I feel bad for him. Okay, guys. That was amazing. We had, man, it's been an interesting day. I got to go off topic. Shoot, can you sign me up?
Yeah, let's go. But I think they already started. Let's see.
Yeah, we might be too late.
But I believe everybody's already in it.
Dang it. I was so late. Oh, I hope we didn't miss it.
Wheelchair? No, still no.
I'm waiting here. Oh, here, let's sign this up.
No, no, I thought what you said. I signed it. But no update for the new wheelchair, no update? Nothing?
Well, just waiting on, yeah, I mean, just waiting on, yeah.
It's 4th floor, let's go.
It's 4th floor. Wait, is it in here?
Oh, let's
Did it
go,
start
let's
yet?
go, 4-1, let's go. But 3:30 is right here, yeah. 3:30.
This one got pushed back to 2:30, so you might not.
Oh, this one got pushed to 2:30, and then 3:30 is right here.
Oh, is that 2:30, so not late?
Coming back.
Okay, let's sign up here. Can't, like, it's harder.
Okay.
Whew, that's good.
Oh, economic development. Okay,
Okay,
LA. Give you another one.
Kirsten Peterson. We're gonna get her name out there.
K-I-R-S, Kristen Patterson. Got it, that's my name.
Now, this is what, the Housing Committee? I don't know why this whole thing is flooded out with light. Whoa. I might be losing TikTok. I think my phone is overheating.
Let's go.
Okay, TikTok. I might be losing TikTok.
What do you mean by losing?
Well, because it's looking really flooded out. And, yeah, and it's about to go. Like the battery. I need the battery. All right, guys.
I told you,
Second.
remember several months ago, I gave you the link? There's a mega battery Android phone, I told you. You can stream for 24 hours, no battery pack needed. I told you that.
I know.
Several months ago, that one. But again, I just don't know if you're able to carry it because it's very heavy.
Yeah, and I got good phone. I got charging, but it's just like, it's just heating up a little bit. It's like getting overheated because I got... Yeah, it was put... Right, Kirsten, Catano, Thorne, Jerry, Vinay, Peterson. I should do that next time. That's freaking funny.
You gotta push them. Where's Henry? Henry disappeared.
Like, should have went to the ladies' room. I still can't believe we got the lawyer, the attorney. That was so freaking funny. Oops.
Oh, I forgot. Sorry, I forgot.
It's okay.
I forgot.
It's okay.
Hold on. This one is okay, right?
Yeah, no, I can get through. I just had to kind of take it easy.
I forgot. Man,
It's all right.
Come on, George Busetti messed up with my brain, so
I
don't
know.
remember anymore.
I think you got like a bromance ruin there, but like the odd couple romance, you know. What do you think, guys? Him and George, like the dysfunctional bromance. Yeah, I should do that. Kristen, Thor, Jerry, Vinay. That is so freaking funny, guys. Like that's what I need to do. That'd be so freaking hilarious. I don't even know what to say here. I need to. Sorry. Let me get through. Oh, there's Dusty. There's the Dusty. I'm sorry, I won't get. No, you had to stay. Daddy says stay. You had to stay. You had to-
How are you?
Good. How are you? You're so cute.
We walked that way to Figueroa Street.
You did?
To Building and Safety and Department of Disability.
Really? Who did? You and
Me and Dusty, we walked. That's how you get stuff done around this fucking city.
I'm here now. You missed the big fight. I need the him and George.
Oh god.
Yeah, it was like funny. What's this? I know her for many years. No, she's not. She's amazing. I love her.
Does she do her job though?
Yes.
You sure?
I know.
Alright, then I'll renege that, but
I'll have you drop a name later.
I'll have to.
She doesn't know me as Audit. She knows me, but
Okay, I got it.
No, I know her for years. Sorry. I need to get a.
Corrupted building of LA.
Sorry. Hi guys, how you doing? I'm not trying to interfere. I'm just trying to get a what do you call it? One of those things that you had to, so they don't call me on. Yeah, no. Like, can you imagine me with one of those? The things that so they don't call me off topic, because you know how they love to do that. They love to call me off topic. That's her favorite hobby. So I need to look at the agenda and pretend like I know what I'm talking about.
Oh, you need an agenda?
Yeah. Thank you.
We're here to serve.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Protect and serve, right? Protect my rights and serve me an agenda. See, they don't have any.
Protect Scientology.
There's no more agenda. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Huh? I know, I can't believe that they let me get off topic for so long. Like, he threw me a bone. He did that because he's like, we're buds now, we're buds. Because then he finally had to like yell at me. Get on topic. Huh? No, but they're the good guys. That's why they're the good guys, right?
Yeah.
We saw, yeah, because
All they're just being pressured to do it. That's it. They literally have. That's it.
no, but he let me talk off topic. He let me like go. He let me cheese out on him for.
He probably wasn't focused.
She was off
I love it for like 2 minutes.
Yeah, I know.
Like,
And don't
like,
take her like he gets up and makes one word off topic.
Me too. I was like, because I had nothing to talk on. I didn't even look at the agenda. So I had nothing. I mean, I looked at it basically, but like I had no idea what to talk on. So I figured he just let me go and go.
When he's up here, sometimes for
That was so funny.
he'll do one of those like. Yeah, I believe me. You probably catch one of us doing it too, right?
Yeah, Bob actually admitted that he wasn't listening to me. He admitted it.
That's good. It's honest.
Yeah, like I know. I appreciate it. Like actually, I appreciate the honesty. Like.
Well, it's just like you were just saying. At least if you're gonna do crooked shit, just
Like admit it, like yeah, I appreciate that actually. Like Bob went up in rank in my head, because like at least he admits it. No, I was like, no, I'm not listening to you, and I'm like, yes, sir. I can live with that.
In the world of extreme, work ethics, you got to suck a dick to climb the ladder nowadays. Not me.
But if you drop me, I mean, whatever you talk to her like I sent you, you had to be nice though, because I can't. Don't ruin my relationship with her.
No, I won't bring her name up.
No, I'm saying you could. Like I'm going to trust you with it. For her, no. Hold on. Hold on. I'll tell him later. I just don't want him. I'll switch this around.
How is that
The hermit. What happened? Wait. Oh, please read DOA's comments above. Okay, hold on. And thank you, Fayette, for that. Let me see. DOA. Did a chat disappear? I see AMM. DOA. I'm still looking. I'm not seeing anything from DOA. Hold on.
You say I don't have the answer for that, Herman.
Oh, here, DOA. Okay, Alan Alonso of Alonso's blog is going to start showcasing your work audit. Oh, that's amazing. Thank you, DOA. Thank you. That's amazing news. Thank you. And George wants to talk to you, actually, DOA. I think they gave you his number. Oh, shoot, I just lost TikTok. If you're interested, he's a cool guy, he does know a lot, but that's amazing. That's amazing news. Thank you. That means the world, actually, to me. Thank you for letting me know. But the DOA, did you catch my
Did you catch us catching, shoot, I don't want to say, no one wants to see me. Did you catch the thing with Heidi? Oh, that's amazing. That's so awesome. I love it. That makes my world. But also, like we saw freaking Heidi, man. I'm gonna call out that corruption. That is amazing. Sorry, I missed it. I'm so like. There, I'm putting my other phone away because TikTok, they're off now. That phone died. When does Spindler come back? People have been asking about Spindler. How many more days?
Friday. He did 12 minutes of Dawson.
So when's he coming back? That's amazing. I'm so excited about that. Thank you. Yeah, Heidi's trying to hide. She can't run fast enough though. Like you get Heidi, man, she can't run away fast enough. She can't even run. Like she can't.
Too short.
Like not to be mean, but she can't. Like. Yeah, no, I've met. She knows me from a long time ago because I went to bat for bike guy. But for from the time when she first came on, before I was doing Scientology, she knows me from neighborhood council, fighting for different injustices there. And she came like when I first they had a meeting with her, and she beeline to me, and this before the Scientology. Hi, Mr. Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Price, indicted villain.
And she, I said, I introduced myself. She goes, "Oh, I know who you are." Like, I'm like, "How do you know who I am?" Like, I didn't even know who you were.
Karen, you lost so much weight ever since you've been going to jail. I mean, going to court.
Yeah, it's justice for Spindler.
How much
I can't wait to see it, Haggis.
I'll send you some peanut butter wraps in jail.
So after tomorrow, man.
When I was in there with Weezer, I got 5 days of granola bars for.
No, I could have kept up, but she has all these guys with guns around her. I don't want to push it too much. You know what I mean? I could have overtaken the time.
For the first time in my motherfucking life, Karen Price.
Yeah, it would have flipped me probably, but it would have been funny. Like,
made me homeless.
But I don't need no charges. That's why I didn't scoot up too fast, too quick to because she has all those guys with guns. Those are like top LAPD.
Trying to scare me. You can't scare
Yes, she does,
a
Gonzo.
motherfucker like me, a bald motherfucker like me.
Yeah.
Fucking crazy to be dumb like that. Surrender my ass in a jail over some bullshit development. Fuck you. What's going on, Mr. Nazarian? How are you?
Mr. Nazarian's here?
Yeah.
He's my rep. He's a good guy. He's doing good. He's gotten some things straightened out in my neighborhood. Let's keep up the good work, Mr. Nazarian.
It's always a show here. Showtime Herman, that's going to be called LA.
They always have me go over there. I could park.
See,
Okay, all right.
If they never would have put me behind bars,
You be my partner. You don't want to work
they
with these guys.
never would have kicked me out.
I had to kind of separate myself from.
These guys,
They never would have
Bring.
get you in trouble.
Well, yeah, true.
Since this is mental month, by the way, for the record, remember, never fuck with a hermit.
I'm not gonna see you in January, right? Is that what you're saying?
Because my
Why?
family
You're not
comes from the
retiring?
state of Arizona.
Come on, man. Why are you leaving the cat out of the bag?
Is he retiring? You're leaving in January?
All right. Good morning. Let's speak. Let's start with item number 2. Thank you. It's about the council president. It's about a local hire program for the Olympic. Yes, I am a big supporter of the local hire program because I have several friends are actually trying to get into the local hire program. I have neighbors. Her name is Buzetti, and then she is actually a retired woman. But right now, because of the inflation, because of the housing prices, she is forced to go down Figueroa and work on Figueroa day and night over again. So I wish that if we have this local hire program, I wish that you can send your staff member, you can send your field representative. Let's take a walk on Figueroa Street. Let's see how many women are down there. Let's see how many men are down there. Let's see how many transgender are down there. How can we bring all of those George Buzetti into this local hire program? Now, let's move on to item number 3. Thank you very much, Council President Price. It's about the 5-year workforce development plan. Probably you hate me very, very much. I hear you. But last week, you guys voted for a $30 minimum wage hotel for the next 5 years. For me, I want to ask you, how is that sustainable? When you are having a $30 minimum wage hotel worker, you already know what is going to happen. The hotel are going to shut down. The hotel owners are not able to operate their business anymore. You already know that hotel business workers are going to move to other city, other state, where they can hire a worker, let's just say $14 per hour. I call it reasonable minimum wage. But when you are talking about $30 minimum wage, I don't know. Are you a city of a trillion dollar budget? How can you afford that? I'm concerned. I'm gonna ask you a question. I did not attack you because you said personal attack is not allowed, so I'm only asking you a question. Move on to my general public comment is again, my concern is still, I have so many family members, I have so many sisters, brothers, and neighbors are working down Figueroa day and night. And then in the super cold winter, they have to wear a bikini. In the super hot summer, they have to wear a bikini. No matter what season, no matter what's the weather condition, they have to wear a bikini walking down the street just to make sure they have enough food, they have enough water, they can continue to pay the rent. So I just wondering that if those Figueroa girls reach out to your office, if they don't have food, can you guys provide some assistance? And then if we have thousands of options for local hire, can we make sure put them into your consideration? Thank you very much for your time.
I will now call the next 3 speakers. Hishabel, Edward, and Shaniqua.
When speakers come to the podium, if you could please state your name and the item that was used.
I heard, motherfucker. Niggas, we're talking about LA 28 community, local hire program,